Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Henry Batchelor, and I'm the chair of the committee. We have quite a full agenda today, so I'll do my best to get us through it as best as possible. But we do have a few bits of housekeeping to go through before we start, so please do bear with us, and we'll start the meeting proper as soon as we can. So, I would like to remind all those who are present in the chamber that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone after it's switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a few seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up with the microphone. If the fire alarm sounds at any point, please do leave the chamber and make your way down the stairs. Do not use the elevator. The safe assembly point is next to the marketing suite, halfway along the business park. Please, with those who are participating via the live stream, indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose other than requesting to speak. Please make sure your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone and camera off unless you're invited to do so otherwise. Please ensure you have switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that they do not interrupt proceedings, and obviously that goes for members in the chamber as well. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you've finished addressing the meeting, please turn your microphone off. Speak slowly, clearly, and do not talk over or interrupt anyone else. Members, if we need to vote on any items today, we're going to be using the electronic microphone keypads in front of us. And it's worth noting only those who are present in the chamber are able to vote. So committee members, I'm now going to do a roll call so everyone that is watching the live stream knows who we are and that we're here. So after I read your name out, if you'd just like to switch on your mic and then give a quick introduction of yourselves. So as mentioned previously, I'm Councillor Henry Batchelor, one of the members for Linton, and I'm the chair of the committee. I'll ask the Vice Chair, Councillor Peter Fane, to introduce.
Good morning, Peter Fane, Shelford Ward.
Councillor Sue Ellington.
Good morning, Councillor for Swavesey.
Councillor Bill Handley.
Good morning, Bill Handley, Councillor for the villages of Over and Willingham.
Councillor Jeff Harvey.
Yes, thanks. Jeff Harvey, I'm Councillor for Balsham Ward.
Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins.
Good morning, everyone. Timmy Hawkins, Councillor for Caldycourt Ward.
Councillor Peter Sanford.
Good morning, everyone. Peter Sanford, Ward Councillor for Caxton and Papworth.
Councillor Richard Stobart.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Richard Stobart, one of the members for Girton. That includes also Dry Drayton and Medingley.
And last but not least, Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Richard Williams, member for the Whittlesford Ward.
And we're also joined by some officers in the chamber. So to my left, we have Mr. Stephen Kelly, who's the Director for Planning.
Good morning, everyone.
Vanessa Blaine, our Senior Planning Lawyer.
Good morning, everyone.
Michael Sexton, who's the Area Development Manager.
Good morning, everyone.
We'll also be joined by some case officers who obviously are independent of each application, but also joining us online, we have Lawrence Damari Homan, who will be clerking the meeting today.
Chair, good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much. So those are the introductions done. Members, just to make you aware, if you do need to leave the meeting at any point, please do indicate that to myself or the Vice Chair so that that can be recorded in the minutes. We will be breaking regularly, dependent on where we are in the agenda, but if any member needs a break prior to that, please do, again, indicate to myself or the Vice Chair, and we'll do our best to accommodate. Members, you should have the main agenda pack dated 2nd of August and the online plans pack supplement also dated 2nd of August. Members should have also received a written submission regarding item 10, number 2, Duck End, Girton. Does any member not have any of those documents to hand? No? Okay. Well, with that then, we'll move on to agenda item number 2 on our agendas, which is apologies for absence. Lawrence, over to you.
Chair, so we have apologies from councillors Ariel and Dr. Martin Khan, as well as councillor William Jackson Wood and councillor Heather Williams, with councillors Richard Stobart and Sue Ellington kindly stepping in as substitutes.
Thank you very much. So we move on to agenda item 3, which is declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest relating to any items on the agenda today to declare? Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. There are two. So items 6 and 7, I'm the ward member for Triplo, and I've been sort of involved in the procedural side of trying to move that application forward. And I've spoken to some residents about it, but obviously I will come to the matter afresh today. Item 8, also, I am the chairman of an organisation which is a tenant of the neighbouring property where this application, or the land that this application relates to. And as the possibility of spillover into the neighbouring property is an issue, I'm going to sit that one out. So I won't take part in item 8.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Ellington, then Harvey.
Thank you. I am a trustee of Care Network, who is a neighbour to the property under number 8 in St Neots Road, Hardwick. And I don't feel I have any pecuniary interest, but I do have a wish to establish a passing interest.
So a non-pecuniary interest, and you're planning on debating and voting on that item?
I'm planning on stopping.
Good, okay. Thank you. Councillor Harvey, please.
Yes, in relation to item 9, I'm the local member and requested this item to be called in, and I'll be stepping aside from the committee for that item in order to make a case supporting the applicant.
Thank you. Councillor Stobart.
Yeah, concerning item 10, I have been approached and I have expressed an opinion. I've taken legal advice, and the legal advice is that I should step back from both the debate and the vote. But I would like, as a local member, to express a view.
Yep, that's fine. So you're right as local member. Councillor Fain.
In relation to items 6 and 7, I had some correspondence with the agent 3 years ago about this, which I passed on to the local member. I used to work part-time for the agent's firm, but that's over 10 years ago, and I have no pecuniary interest in the matter.
Thank you. And 2 from myself as well that also relate to items 6 and 7. So I have a pecuniary interest as my employer has an ongoing business relationship with the applicant, so I'll need to step aside for those 2 items, and Councillor Fain will be taking the chair for items 6 and 7. Members, any further?
Do we need a vice chair for that?
Any further interests members need to declare? I don't see any, but if anyone becomes aware of any as the meeting progresses, please do indicate. Members, we're on to agenda item 4 now, which is the minutes of the meeting we held on the 29th of June. Any members that were present to that meeting, do you have any omissions or comments, or if you see any errors in those minutes? No. So in the absence of that, I will sign those as a correct record of the meeting. With that, members, we move to the substantive items on the agenda, which begins with agenda item 5. This is on page 11 of our... Oh, sorry, I've missed a set of minutes. Apologies, members. Councillor Fain's just drawn my attention to page 7, which are the minutes of the planning meeting on the 13th of July. Same question. Any members that were present have any comments or see any errors with these? No. So in the absence of that, I'll sign those as a correct record. Okay, now we're on to agenda item 5. This is page 11 of our agendas, members. The application is at the former Barrington Cement Works, Haslingfield Road in Barrington. The proposal in front of us is for the erection of 36 dwellings, which is a replan of the eastern parcel of the development site and includes an increase of 3 dwellings from the approved scheme which is already in place. The applicant is Redrow, the presenting officer is Michael Hammond, and the reason that the application is before us today is because it's a departure application. So I see Michael Hammond is with us online. Good morning, Michael.
Morning. Can you all hear and see me okay?
Yeah, we can see and hear you fine. So I'll pass over to you, Michael, to give us any updates to the report we have in front of us, if there are any, and then to introduce it for members, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my presentation. Can you confirm that you can see the presentation okay?
Yes, we can.
Yep. So the application is for the erection of 36 dwellings. So at former Barrington Cement Works, Hasingfield Road in Barrington. It relates to a previous permission, 2018 reserved matters, and it's effectively a replan of part of that site for an increase of 3 dwellings. In terms of updates, I will go through them later in my slide, but there is a drawing correction in condition number 2. The refuse strategy missed a bin on one of the sites plots, so that has been updated. Some minor amendments, so I'll get to that later, request that. And also the recommendation, again, which I have in full in my slides, we're proposing to remove the elements relating to the Section 73 permission and waiting for that. We've since taken sort of legal advice, and we don't actually need to wait for that in order to potentially grant permission if you're minded to approve. So I'll go through the slides, and they'll be at the end as well, those points. So site location plan. So the red line here is effectively the southeastern parcel to which the application relates. The wider site, I'll put the pointer on, sorry, so it's clearer. The wider site, which is marked in blue, sort of extends round in this sort of triangle here, but that doesn't form part of this application. So it's Hasingfield Road as it turns to, I think, Chapel Hill here. This is the train line running into the sort of landfill Cemex site up here. And to the south is the actual village of Barrington. The site's outside the development framework, which is why this is a departure application. So in terms of site history, there's quite extensive site history, but of most relevance are these two. So the 2014 outline application that came in for 220 dwellings, which was approved in 2016. And then there was a follow-up reserve matters, which was allowed at appeal following non-determination in 2019. The image on the right is an illustrative master plan, so it's not the actual final plans, but I just thought it shows the site in context. So just to hopefully try and explain further about why this is separate, this bit here. So at the moment, work has commenced on site. I believe phase 1 is well underway and phase 2 may have commenced as well. The application relates to this corner over here. And you may note from the history there is a pending application for the northern parcel for that also to be reconfigured. However, that's at a much earlier stage, and it's recently gone out to reconsultation, so that doesn't form part of this application or have any sort of bearing on this part of the site. So these are views from the main road outside the site, so you can see the construction entrance on your right there. The proposal will be coming in roughly in this location, so it's well screened by trees along Hasingfield Road.
Michael, sorry to interrupt. Oh, don't worry. Your screen had frozen, but it's moved on now.
Okay.
Please carry on.
Yep. And this is a view from further south. So from further south, you can, again, see where the site will be coming in. Again, quite well treed, what's there already. So on the left is the approved layout relating to this parcel. and on the right is the proposed layout. Ignore the yellow and green highlighting of the buildings. This was the only plan that I could get at this sort of context scale. So I'll just show you the next slide, which explains it more easily in terms of what the actual changes are. So the main changes are previously approved. There were 2 3-story apartment blocks, one here and then one right at the southern edge of the site. These are proposed to be removed and replaced with more traditional 2-story housing. And the other element is this area of informal open space, including a footpath. That is to be removed and effectively the development footprint to extend over that to facilitate more 2-story houses and some maisonettes. But overall, it's an increase of 3 dwellings compared to what was approved. So just to compare the dwelling mix, so previously approved on this part of the site, there were 33 dwellings, 32 of which were 1 or 2 bedroom homes, many of which were flats. Under the proposal, there's more of a mix, so it's 17 1 or 2 bed homes, 14 3-bedroom homes, and 5 4-bedroom or more homes, to make a total of 36. And affordable housing wise, 2 of the 3 additional dwellings would be affordable, so there'd be a total of 13 affordable dwellings on this part of the site. And they are located in this courtyard area here. There is a cluster. And also at the northern end of this part of the site, which sort of relates to the other affordable housing just outside the site, not part of this application. They would be shared ownership, those 2. So in terms of parking, all the houses on the edge have on-plot parking. Typically, 2 bedrooms or more have 2 spaces. There are, I think that only the maisonettes have 1 space each. And there is a courtyard here with 1 visitor space, but the rest are all designated parking for future occupants. So just to show it in context with the originally approved parameter plan, the red here is the area open, approximately the area of open space to be removed. But as you can see, there is quite a substantial amount of other open space on the site, which quantitatively equates to approximately 18 hectares in total. So the loss of this informal open space is still well in excess of the standards in the local plan in terms of what we'd be looking for. So I'll just run you through some of the house types. So they're all predominantly 2 stories, different house types, but many have been approved on the wider site, so they sort of blend in with the other ones that are there. But yeah, this, for example, is a 4-bedroom dwelling. These are 3-bedroom dwellings. And in the bottom right corner here, sorry, I should have made clear before, I've tried to roughly show where they are on the site. These are 2-bedroom dwellings located down here. These are 3-bedroom ones. Again, more 4-bedroom ones, more spread out across this part of the site. Three-bedroom ones here and on this southern tip here. And 4-bedroom ones along the sort of main street as it comes in. And the maisonettes are located adjacent to the courtyard. So there's 1 building, if you would, so 2 maisonettes there. And again, on this edge here. And then these are the 2-bedroom sort of terrace properties, which also form the affordable housing proposed as well. So this is a street scene just showing the different house types along sort of this section here and this section here, just showing the variety in housing types. I've included an example of, this is the larger apartment block that's proposed to be removed. So there were 3-story apartment blocks, like what has pointed out earlier, located on 2 parts of the site. They're proposed to be removed, but just to give you an idea of what was approved there. So as I mentioned at the start, one of the updates was that the refuse strategy was missing the location of the bin storage location for plot number 46. So the plan's just been updated to add that yellow sort of circle in the garden there. So it's a very minor amendment, but it would mean replacing the relevant drawing in condition number 2. So in summary, the extant permission on the site is a material consideration, and it has already been determined that development of 33 dwellings as part of the wider development of 220 dwellings would represent a sustainable form of development. The proposed additional 3 dwellings to bring this parcel up of the site up to 36 dwellings would not, in the view of officers, result in the level of development becoming unsustainable. The level of harm arising from proposals is considered to be very limited and is outweighed by public benefits, including the affordable housing, the replacement of 3-story apartment blocks with 2-story houses and maisonettes, financial contributions towards local services and facilities. Approval was recommended subject to completion of a Section 106 agreement, conditions, including an update to condition number 2, informatives. And just to reiterate, paragraph 10.201, we no longer need to wait for the Section 73 application to also have a resolution at committee. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Michael. That was very thorough and helpful. Members, we do have some public speakers on this, but before we move to them, I will offer any committee members an opportunity to ask any questions of clarification of the officer in case anything wasn't clear in that presentation. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one that jumps out at me. The officer mentioned clustering of the affordable homes. I didn't notice, maybe I missed it, a conflict with policy identified, but with a bit of clarification whether that would be compatible with the local plan. So I thought we had a rule against clustering. Michael, can you answer that?
I can, yes. I'm just trying to find the right paragraph in my report, which I think deals with it. Sorry, bear with me. I think paragraph 10.59 to 10.61 covers that, but ultimately there is a policy relating to clustering, but I think it's a maximum of 15 units, and this doesn't exceed that. So the strategic housing team are satisfied with the level of clustering proposed.
Thank you. Members, any further points of clarity from the officer before we move to our public speakers? No? Sorry, Councillor Stobart launching himself in there.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, the motivation of the developer to make this change, is it based on perception of business, of demographic? Just very briefly, I think to satisfy my curiosity, why has the developer changed the shape of the development in the way you've just described?
We are actually about to hear from an agent of the developer, so maybe that might be a more pertinent question for them, as opposed to our planning officer who just judges it on what's put in front of them.
Okay, that's a question.
Okay. Well, I think we are now about to hear from them, so do we have Liz Fitzgerald? If you'd like to take a seat in front of the mic. If you press the large silver button on the right, there you go. So that switches the mic on and off, and it's currently on. So I'll let you know you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready to give your comments to the committee, at the end of which, if you could stay seated in case there's any questions of clarification for you, and I think you might know you've got at least one. So please, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I don't intend to say too much, but thank you for letting me speak this morning. The officer's report is a detailed report, and obviously you've heard a detailed presentation this morning from Michael Hammond. There are recommendations we obviously endorse. we've worked alongside the officers to ensure that this development is as robust as is possible, and hopefully that's reflected in that report. The application itself presents an opportunity to remove some of the flatted development elements from the scheme and make a more efficient use of land, and increasing the dwelling numbers by 3. It is noted that all statutory consultees have raised no objections following a series of amendments to the scheme, including the parish council. The comments from the urban design officer are addressed within the officer's report, and the scheme has been designed very carefully to ensure that we integrate with the wider scheme that's coming forward on Barrington itself. This obviously ensures that not only are we increasing the contributions and elements that we're providing to Barrington Village itself, but we're also looking at ensuring that all of the benefits that come forward as part of the Barrington scheme, the footpath links, the connections through to Foxton Station, etc., are also still delivered as a consequence of this. I hope that you are able to support us here today, and obviously I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
And only use half of your time, which I thank you for. So, Councillor Stobart, I think you wanted to ask a question of the applicant.
So thank you for your presentation, Liz. So it was really just to reiterate what is the prime motivation for making this change, because the original design looked okay. The new one is a little more crowded, and the green space in front of the development is gone. So what motivated this change?
There's 2 factors. Firstly, the open space area that's shown is, or has to be dug up anyway. There is sewage tanks, septic tanks underneath it. So there's a lot of work that goes into that. I also understand it. Obviously, I'm not involved in the nuances of Red Road, but I understand that there's a sales aspect and there's been a greater demand for the house types that are proposed over the flatted development.
Thank you. Members, do you have any further questions of clarification for the applicant's agent? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you. Liz, can you just clarify what I think I saw on the officer's report? There is just 1 parking space for every dwelling in the replan?
Not quite, no. Most properties have got at least 2. It's only the 2 masonettes have got 1 each, and they're 2-bed masonettes within the centre of the site, and they're also adjacent to the visitor spaces as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ellington, please.
I just wondered whether you'd done any work on the housing need in terms of 1 or 2 bedroom accommodation, because it seems to me that the flats would house more single accommodation, whereas the masonettes will hold 2 or more. And I just wonder whether that was a motivating factor or just commercial.
To a certain extent, I think the way we lay out figures for 1 and 2 beds is slightly misleading. There was no 1 beds proposed on the extant planning permission. They were all 2-bed flats. So we've actually not really shifted the mix in the sense of moving away from 1 beds. What we've done is rebalance the mix in accordance with the housing mix set out within the local plan.
Thank you. And Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. For reference, page 36, paragraph 10.76. The garages, it seems, do not form part of the parking strategy and are intended for storage only. Wow. How come? I thought garages were for cars. Is this is your design strategy?
The issue isn't that the garages aren't suitable for cars, they just don't meet the size standards that are required internally when internally measured, so we don't include them within the calculation for car parking. We ensure that there's sufficient car parking outside, and that's a lot to do with the fact that most of them are integrated garages into the building as opposed to standalone garages. And that's it's about making sure that we're not trying to count garages as parking spaces when actually they don't quite meet that standard.
I'm sorry, what is a garage for?
A garage is for parking a car.
So why aren't you building garages to the right size?
Well,
So that you can put a car in and get out of the car?
all I can say is that what we're doing is it doesn't prevent people from using the garages as car parking spaces.
Yes, it does, because they can't get in and get out. They can drive in, but they can't get out of the car because they can't open the door.
They are of a sufficient
Thank
size.
you.
Okay.
Any further questions for the applicants? No? Okay, well, thank you very much for taking the time to come in and speak to us this morning. With that, members, we'll move on to our final public speaker on this item, who is the local member, I believe is joining us online, Councillor Aidan van der Weyer. Aidan, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear and see you perfectly. So I think you're familiar with the system. 3 minutes to give us your views, and then there may be some questions at the end. So please, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thank you very much. I also support this application. I think they're reasonable changes that have been made, both in terms of the sort of the design of the whole scheme, but obviously the increase in affordable housing, the mix is better. There is this loss of open space, which has been addressed. I think been brought up. Michael mentioned that this development does have a very large informal open space very close to it. It's obviously on the other side from these houses, but the distances are quite small, and I think that's quite reasonable as well. So it's worth doing. Obviously, this is a replanned existing development. I mean, it's quite a significant change, but the huge quantity of information that we and especially the parish council have to deal with on a change like this is almost as much as the original application. The officer's presentation was excellent on this. Thank you very much, Michael. It would have been useful to have that excellent summary right at the start. The other particular point I wanted to make is about the Section 106 contributions. As it's set out in the report, there will be increases in most of the areas where there are contributions already from the development as a whole, the original application, the original permission, and broadly these are sort of prorated according to for the extra 3 houses, and I think that's a very good approach for this development, and I think I would sort of invite you to support that sort of principle of prorating up the S106 contributions for the increase in size. Obviously, there's a bit of variation, and some things clearly aren't necessary, but a lot of these things, even 3 houses, will cause extra demands on the facilities of the village, and they're entirely appropriate to increase the Section 106 in that way, in a pro rata proportionate way. But thank you very much, and thank you in particular to Michael for the excellent presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Members, do we have any questions of clarification for the local member? No, I don't see any. So, yeah, Aidan, that was very, very clear. Thank you very much for your comments and taking the time to speak to us this morning. Okay, members, that concludes the public speaking element of the process. So we are now going to move into the debate section. This is where members have the opportunity to ask any further questions of the planning officer, or equally start formulating a view on the application. So I will throw it open to the committee. Councillor Hawkins will be kicking us off.
Just a question of clarification, if I may, please. Page 14, 1.15. I'm not sure I understand why we're hearing this now if we can't. As it says, if there's a resolution to grant the planning permission, it will not be determined until another application comes through. Why are we doing that? Please.
I think that was one of the alterations the planning officer was asking to make at the beginning, but I think Mr. Kelly was asking to come in on that, hopefully to clarify.
Yes, you're quite right, Councillor Hawkins. Obviously, reviewing the recommendation, and you heard Michael Hammond outline a change to it. You're obliged to deal with this application on its merits. You shouldn't be predetermining the outcome of any other application associated with it. Because it's a full planning permission, and Michael rightly highlighted that the other application was an outline with the reserve matters. They're separate planning permissions, and you do not need to await the outcome of resolution of the outline until you determine this application. There is an issue that clearly the approved plans of the outline show a different form of development on this site. But until such time as the planning permission, this planning permission, were it to be implemented, is begun, there is no breach of planning. And the history in the report makes clear that there are proposals to adjust those reserve matters that are currently before the planning authority and will be determined in due course. So we're actually intending to simplify it precisely for the reasons you've identified.
Thank you very much. Members, who'd like to chip in next? Councillor Hawkins, back to you.
Thank you. I understand why it's come forward to us, because it's departure, because it's outside the village framework. But of course, this is a revision of an existing, as we call it, extant planning permission. I note that the parish council does not object, and the local member has spoken in favour of it, and I can understand why. I mean, I, for one, excuse me, kind of, I guess, happy to see that a 3-story, or what looks more like a 4-story building, or buildings have been taken out, because many villages do not want or like, or does it fit to have that many story buildings in the villages. So that is a positive. And although there is some objection about the fact that it's going from, was it 30 to 36 or 33 to 36 with additional 3 properties, is an advantage, even more so because 2 of those 3 are affordable housing. So that's, in my view, another positive. But one negative, which I questioned, was not having garages that are big enough to put cars in. Why the heck are we granting planning permission to build garages that do not actually take cars? It just seems, sorry, irrational to me, but I guess storage is useful. I personally don't see that there's any material reason not to grant this, so I'll be voting in favour of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker is Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose I have a similar sort of view to Councillor Hawkins. One thing I would flag up, though, I think we should be all aware of is, yes, the number of houses are only going up by 3 on this site, but if we look at the housing mix change, that is quite significant. On page 32, it was on the officer's slide, but it's paragraph 10.47. You know, we talk a lot about the ability of people to get on the housing ladder. We are actually dropping, if I read these figures correctly, from 13%, 17, 2-bedroom homes, it seems, down to 4 and 3%. So underneath the surface of what looks like a small change, there is actually a significant change, because this is moving to a development of larger, and therefore more expensive housing. I would imagine the markup, the commercial consequence of that, I would imagine is quite significant. But it does mean what we're actually doing is providing significantly fewer starter homes on the open market. So that concerns me, and I don't really like it. I don't like the loss of green space. I take the point about the removing the block of flats. I suppose that is a positive. But I don't really like this. But I might struggle to find a reason to oppose it.
Okay, I think points have been taken. Councillors Sanford, then Ellington, please.
Thank you, Chair. To Councillor Hawkins' earlier point, I suggest the developer renames these garages as storage lockers to avoid all doubt that they can accommodate cars. Notwithstanding Liz's reassurance earlier, I have my doubts whether there is adequate parking on this site. 3 and 4 bedroom houses tend to generate 3 and 4 cars. There will be creative parking, I suspect.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Ellington, please.
Thank you. I find the whole layout very, very tight, and it does seem to me, yes, that there is a shortage of car parking and a shortage of places where visitors can park and also where they can turn round if they have found their way down a rabbit hole. But again, I can't think of a good reason to oppose. What I would like, just a mild clarification on, I'm sure everybody else knows, but I've forgotten, the affordable housing, is this just housing which is at a lower cost, or will it be housing association rented accommodation?
Michael, I don't know if you're online and you can answer that.
I think I'm still here. Yep.
Yep.
So it might be helpful if I share my screen again, just to... Sorry, computer's being a bit slow. So yeah, so for the maisonettes will be what's called affordable rent. So that's typically, I think it's 80% of the market value is the usual way it's done. And shared ownership is a bit, I'm sorry, I missed it, is a bit different. That, I believe, is sort of where you actually sort of buy, you sort of buy a share of the property, and then your sort of mortgage is low, as I understand it. But ultimately, there are housing associations on the site who have taken over part. Let's have a look, see if I can get the larger. For example, on these parcels outside the site, you can see, for example, there's some affordable housing here. I know there's been discussions with a housing association, and they have got a commitment to provide sort of a portion of that. And I think there'll be a similar sort of discussion on this part of the site as well. But ultimately that will be agreed for Section 106. But yeah, there are housing associations who have purchased, that's the right word, some of the properties. Yeah.
So does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yeah, can I just clarify then, that means there are no 1 and 2 bedroom first time buyer houses?
Not necessarily, because the shared ownership part, I believe, would facilitate that. So those ones that are up here, these two here, I think under the shared ownership sort of umbrella, if you would, that would fall under the first time buyer part. Yeah.
I think that is inadequate on a site such as this.
Okay. Members, we've had some comments and people have put forward some concerns they have, albeit no one's indicated a reason for refusal. Councillor Stobart, I'll come to you, but if anyone is minded to refuse this and vote against, then it would be good to hear the reasons why that would be. But Councillor Stobart, I will come to you as you had your hand raised.
Yeah, my comments don't fall into that category, Chair, so I don't believe so anyway. Just looking at the sustainability design, so that's paragraphs 1096 through 10101, and I'll come back to electric vehicle provision in a moment. But there is, when you consider a change like this, issues of, how do you heat buildings, what's their overheating performance, and so on. So simply going from some apartment blocks, which arguably are more energy efficient because you can provide centralised heating and cooling, to a number of individual dwellings which are less efficient, more distributed, in a sense harder to manage thermally. So there is that to be considered. I think it's not a reason that we would reject this proposal, but it is a consideration which really I don't think has been outlined sufficiently well. So there are implications on sustainability of just changing the structure of the housing, changing the housing type. So distribution of solar PV becomes probably a little more difficult when we're going for the structure that's being proposed as opposed to one previously. The ability to plant trees that would shade, again, that I think is probably diminished by the choice of the new structure. On EV provision, which is under car parking, so 10.138 to 10.140 on page 44, it seems very soft, the statements made here about provision of vehicle charging, and so passive provision. And when you're thinking about passive provision for electric vehicle charging, what exactly does it mean? Does it mean that the distribution board in the associated housing has enough capacity for a charger? Yeah, we talk about putting ducts in, but it's not really the ducts help, but actually the cost is around mounting the EV charger point, putting the extra provision into the distribution board. So I'd say this feels a little soft, and that's something, I don't know if it's within the scope of the planning process to be firmer in the direction that's given or condition could be applied to make sure that the risks around EV provision are more firmly stated.
Okay, good points. We're going to hand over to Mr. Kelly. Hope you have a response for us.
I think we acknowledge the current development plan policies don't really allow us to insist upon some of this infrastructure. It is interesting talking to the house builders in general, though, that particularly these are family homes. There is actually it's a sales requirement almost now that they embody. Certainly around Cambridgeshire, certainly the house builders that we've spoken to, almost every client is asking, purchaser is asking about charging, and I can't comment for Red Rose, but certainly the conversations with the house builders, they are installing fast charge facilities as a matter of course, because simply that's what the competition is doing. So an example, I think we understand, and you'll see the sustainability officer has broadly drawn a conclusion that the arrangements are acceptable, but the increasing emphasis around and the heating and energy costs of homes, which are due to escalate rapidly, I suspect will overtake our own policy ambitions in terms of consumer behaviour shortly. So although we can't insist upon it, I wouldn't be surprised by the time these homes are constructed, if they get consent, that you'll find they almost have to have this type of infrastructure at first occupation.
Hopefully that offers some reassurance, Councillor.
That's very helpful, thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you very much. Members, does anyone wish to put forward, I mean, I've heard lots of comments, as I said, concerns have been voiced, albeit none that would warrant a refusal in members' opinion from what I've heard. Does anyone wish to put forward a contrary view to that? Is anyone actually debating, voting against this and wishes to put their reasons forward for that? I don't see any. Can I take it then that we're ready to make a decision on this, members? Is anyone not ready to make a decision? No? Okay. Well, members, as we haven't had any opposing views, could we take it by affirmation that we do approve this? The recommendation is on page 55, and that is to approve as per the paper. Councillor Williams, before we move on.
I wouldn't oppose affirmation, Chair, but I'd like to abstain. That can be recorded.
Okay, thank you. So members, we have the recommendation on page 55, which is to approve. And we've also had the amendments, which essentially deletes the element regarding, or worded, the Planning Committee's future resolution regarding application and then the number. So is everyone all clear on that? The officer did outline it in their introduction. Good, okay. Well, with that, members, with the one abstention so far, is everyone content to approve this application? Agreed. So that is unanimous with the one abstention from Councillor Williams. So that application is approved. Thank you very much, everyone.
I wasn't going to say anything extra.
No, I thought you would. Members, we're now on to the next agenda item, which, as mentioned at the start, I have a pecuniary interest in, so we'll have to withdraw for item 6 and the following item, item 7. So I will have to leave the room, unfortunately, but I'll leave you in the hands of Councillor Fane, the Vice Chair, and I will be watching so know when to return. So thank you very much, and I'll see you shortly.
Right, so I'll take over as chair for these next two items. I'm going to suggest that I ask Councillor Jeff Harvey to stand in as vice chair, if you would. Is that agreeable to all? Even to Councillor Jeff Harvey, who has had no notice of this before? Yes, thank you. You're on. Why not? Yes.
Chair, can I suggest he sits there so we don't change microphones?
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Let's move on to item 6 then. This is reference S397518FL in relation to Rectory Farm, Middle Street, Thriplow. We're looking at pages 73 onwards. I would just emphasise that we're looking at the planning consent in item 6. We will then, under item 7, be considering a listed building application. It's just item 6 we're considering at this stage. The case officer in this case is Karen Pell-Coggins, who I think I saw online. Carol, would you like to just give us your update and a brief introduction on this, on the assumption that we've all read the papers?
Thank you, Chair. I have no verbal updates, so I will share my presentation with you. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. So starting with the full application, this is an application for part demolition of existing barns, extensions, alterations and conversion of 3 barns to dwellings, erection of 4 new dwellings and widening of an existing access. So the site is located in Middle Street, Triplow, to the west of Middle Street, which is outlined in red here. Basically on the site, you have, just looking at the constraints, you have a grade 2 listed tithe barn, which was listed in 2017, which runs from the eastern frontage of the site onto Middle Street into the site area. The site is wholly within the conservation area. Part of the site is within the development framework, so the dashed black line here is the line of the development framework. So to the eastern side, it's within the development framework, and to the western side, it's outside the development framework. And it's what we call white land, so it's not green belt, but it is countryside. The green belt wraps around the western side of the site. So you have residential properties to the north, east and south of the site around this area. It's within flood zone 1. There's a pond on the site just here, so there is a small area of surface water risk. And there's a public footpath, which is this purple line, which runs along the top of the site to the north. So just going on to show you an aerial photograph of the site, which shows the tithe barn just here, and the sort of existing buildings on the site. I've got some photographs, so I'll go on to them. So this is photographs showing the site from Middle Street. So you can see here to the left-hand side is the listed tithe barn with an existing wall along the frontage. And then you have the entrance to the site. There's a tree, a Scots pine tree in the garden of the neighbour. You can just see there's a little building, sort of white render building, clay plan tiles, which will be retained as part of the development. This goes on to internal views of the site from the courtyard. So this is the existing tithe barn, which is listed, not in a particularly good state of repair, but that will be obviously upgraded as a crucial part of this application. So this is an internal view of the tithe barn. And then just going on to show the site sort of a bit more in context. So this is the entrance. The tithe barn is to the left as you come in. And this will be where plots 1 and 2 are. So where the white building is, this will form part of plot 3, and there will be a new 2-storey building behind that, which will be in the position of this building here. And then beyond that, I'll show you the site plan in a moment, there will be plot 5. Then these existing buildings here will be removed. So all of the buildings around here will be demolished, and plot 6 and 7 will be on this side of the site. So plot 4, so this is an existing building that will be removed where plot 3 is. Plot 4 is an existing building which is beyond this gate across the field to the west. This will be retained and converted. So again, just some photographs of the buildings at the back of the site. And this is the area beyond the buildings, still within the site area, but the green belt boundary is slightly further here. And then you've got a zoomed view from the public footpath, so you can see sort of outlines of the buildings. So this is plot 4, plot 6 would, plot 5 would be here, plot 6 would be here, plot 7, etc. So just to give you an idea of the demolition plan, the buildings which would be retained would be the tithe barn here, the extensions to the tithe barn.
Can I just ask, is it possible to change the pointer so that we can see more clearly? I don't know if you've got access to a laser pointer or...
Oh, sorry, I thought I'd done that, so apologies.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, sorry, the tithe barn here will be retained. So these 2 extensions will be demolished. This building here will be retained and form part of plot 3, and this building down here will be retained and form part of plot 4. So just going on to the proposed site plan. So, sorry, the orientation's changed, but so plots 1 and 2 are down here. So the existing extension will be demolished. That will be replaced by a cart lodge to serve plot 1, which is here. The extension to plot 2 will be demolished and replaced with a very similar extension, which is an L shape. Obviously, plot 4 will be retained. This building to plot 3 will be retained, and this will be new plot 3. Plot 5 is new, plot 6 is new, and plot 7 is new. So just moving on specifically to the tithe barn, which is plots 1 and 2. So the works that are proposed to the tithe barn. So it requires a reinstatement of the original roof, which will increase the height of the building. It will require strengthening of the timbers to obviously ensure it can be converted, new floors, etc. It will be subdivided to create 2 dwellings. So plot 1 is this side, which will be a 3-bedroom dwelling, and plot 2 is a 4-bedroom dwelling. So there'll be some internal works to the enclosed, some of the bays within the barns at ground floor level. So just for example, plot 1, this is at ground floor, there'll be 2 bedrooms here, which will be enclosed, and the remainder will be open plan. And again, at plot 2 here, these will be enclosed and this will be open plan. So just going on to the first floor, there'll be certain gallery areas at first floor, so there will be a bedroom, but then obviously voids at first floor level to retain the open plan feeling of the barns. And just going on to the elevations of plots 1 and 2. So trying to retain the original materials, which is render and dark stained timber boarding, but with a new roof, which will be clay plain tiles. So there's obviously new openings and glazing within existing openings to provide the accommodation. So I have got details of all of the other plots if you would like me to go through them. So just for example, so that's the Cart Lodge to plot 1, so very low-key, simple, traditional building. So this is plot 3, just for example, so this will be the existing building that will be retained. And this is the elevation of that building. So again, quite simple design, but trying to sort of replicate the character of the agricultural barns on the site. I'll just go on now to show you some sections of the site. I have got details if anyone wants to see all of the different plots and etc. So sections of the site. So this is from the access road. So you're looking at, so Middle Street is just to the left-hand side here. This is plots 1 and 2, which comes over here, plot 3 and plot 5. Site section of plot 4. So this is from the rear boundaries of the neighbouring properties at 22, 22A and 24 Middle Street. So this is the view that they would see. So there's an access across the field, and then this is plot 4, which is retained, and this is a new extension to plot 4. This is plots 3 and 7. So through this, from the rear of the site. So this is looking back in the tithe barns, just behind to the right-hand side here. This is existing dwelling. This is plot 7 and plot 3. So this is the view sort of from within the site. And then plots 5 and 6, which is from the, again within the site, looking to the rear of the site towards the green belt. So plots 5 and 6. And then we've just got plots 6 and 7, which is to the north of the site. And this gives you an idea of the perspective plan as the access from Middle Street. So the landscaping plan shows that 3 trees will be removed within the centre of the site, which is within the garden of plot 3. There will be some works to raise the crown of the pine adjacent to the access, and there's some works here to remove part of this tree so it wouldn't overshadow plot 4. So the key considerations for the full application are the principle of development, the housing density and mix, character and appearance of the area, heritage assets, trees and landscaping, biodiversity, byway safety, flood risk and neighbour amenity. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Any questions of clarification at this stage from members? Yes, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Karen, a few minutes ago you showed us a perspective of the view from plot 4, could you give us an idea of the distance from the proposed dwelling that drawing is drawn from, if you see what I mean? Because having stood in the back gardens of 24 and 24A, it's nothing like that. To my mind, that perspective is standing on the other side of Middle Street, as if the houses weren't there looking at plot 24.
Right, I think the distances are set out in the report. I need to find the exact, it's in the neighbour amenity section. So bear with me a second. I mean, some are quite close, but obviously the building is existing at the moment.
So it wasn't so much the distance that I'm asking about, it's that drawing. Because to my mind, that drawing was drawn as if the houses in 24 and 24A were not in fact there. It's not a reasonable representation of what you actually see if you're standing in the back garden of those houses.
Because it would appear closer.
Much closer.
Yes. So yes, I was going to say it doesn't specifically say where that perspective is taken from, but yeah, it would be closer. But that's the view that you would get from those rear houses.
Okay, thank you. A question from me, if I may, Karen.
Yes.
In relation to the comments on the conservation officer and from listed building, from here we are, Historic England, am I right in thinking that this is pretty well opposite to the grade 2 listed manor house?
It is, yes.
And yet we have no comments from Historic England. I don't know whether you're able to clarify paragraph 612, page 84. CPPF say that several statements in the heritage statement are not correct. Are you able to clarify that for us?
Sorry, what paragraph was that of the report?
Paragraph 612 on page 84.
Bear with me.
Are not
I think, yeah, I think that relates to the road names, etc. So okay. I think that was addressed in the report.
But just for reassurance, there is no concern expressed about the implications for the grade 2 star listed manor house?
No concerns have been raised. That's correct.
And then, second, if I may, the comments of the parish council, who are not, I think, before us today, they objected. I'm just trying to find this. But then, here we are, Triplo Parish Council on page 78 objects to the application, but it seems what they were really saying was that it wasn't possible to scrutinise it on page 79. And they went on to say parish councillors are pleased to see the listed building will be converted, ensuring its survival. We're not hearing from the parish council today, but they do say that by a majority they're opposed to it for 7 houses, principally because some of the houses are outside the village envelope. Have we had any further clarification on the parish council's position?
We haven't, I'm afraid, no. I think the parish council has changed recently, so we've not heard anything further from them.
Thank you for that. Right. Further questions? 2 further questions. Yes, Councillor Hawkins first.
Thank you, Chair. 2 things. Can you just clarify, please, Karen, how many of the properties proposed are outside the village envelope?
So there are 4 new dwellings outside. So 4 new dwellings outside the development framework, 1 converted dwelling outside the framework.
Okay, thanks for that. The second thing is paragraph 8.144, where it talks about plots 1, 2, and 4 not being subject to space standards
Yes.
because they are converted buildings?
Yeah.
Surely space standards mean space standards so we can live in a place properly.
Space, so obviously the policy H12 in relation to space standards doesn't refer to converted buildings because obviously they're existing buildings and they may not be able to be extended, etc. But yeah, unfortunately, that's something in policy that is not, yeah.
Thanks.
Right. Councillor Ellington.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether you've just answered that, because I was thinking of my question as that came past. And that's paragraph 8.27 on page 89, where it says that the new dwellings in the countryside would be materially greater than the height of the existing agricultural buildings and would be intrusive. Have we any diagrams or pictures that we can look at to see how much we think that might actually affect the visual outlook?
Yeah. Bear with me. Can I go back to my presentation? Okay, can you see that?
We can see your presentation. I don't know whether you're able to show us the elevations concerned.
Yes. So it's probably easier to read visually rather than the elevations, to be honest. So just for example, so I'm waiting for my okay. So these are the buildings which are on where plot 5 would be, which is one of the new dwellings. And these are the buildings, so they're clearly obviously single story, whereas plots 5 and 6 and 7, so plot 5, just for an example, would be 2 stories. So you would have probably an extra 3 meters in height maybe. So I have got the heights. So the heights of plot 5, bear with me a second, is nearly 8 meters, whereas the height of the existing buildings is probably 4 meters maximum. So you're looking at 3-4 meters increase in height there. Does that help?
Quite intrusive, I would say. And who would that affect? Have those neighbours been given the opportunity to comment?
So in terms of, yes, so the neighbours have all been notified. This is that property I just showed you was property 5, which is here, which will have an increase in height. Also, this would have an increase in height, which is next door to number 22, who has been notified, and I've had conversations with the person. Plot 4 will not be increased in height. So, and these will be increased in height, but certainly all the neighbours have been notified.
Notification is different from getting acceptance, and I haven't seen any comments from them.
Karen, I think the director would like to comment on that, unless you'd want to go in first.
Of course, of course.
It's just to make the point, and the report tries to be clear that the part of the entire premise under which the proposal is based, and I think the chair's referred to the parish council's comments around the settlement boundary. This is quite a complex case that the report sets out, because the prime objective sitting behind the recommendation is to secure the long-term sustainable future for the Grade 2 listed asset. There is recognition in that purpose that there is additional impacts associated with these new dwellings, particularly the dwellings beyond your normal policy of building within settlement boundaries in villages. And the report goes into some depth about the viability and the financial modelling that's been done. to in many respects, draw officers to the conclusion that that balance and the objective of safeguarding that precarious heritage asset that you've seen the photographs of justifies some of those consequential effects on both the views into the village from the countryside or from the open area beyond, but also some of the changes and indeed some of the effects of those changes on the setting of the building itself, because it domesticates that setting from its kind of rural form. I think we would acknowledge that there is a greater impact in terms of visibility of the site and the buildings on it from the countryside, but the overarching benefit associated with safeguarding that listed asset justifies that harm. And clearly that you see in the report a number of representations from local people who are wrestling with that dynamic, because I think people have recognised the benefits of securing the asset. But as Councillor Williams has highlighted, that there are also impacts on existing properties that will be an appreciable change for them as well.
Councillor Ellington, I hope that clarifies your point. I would stress that we may come back to this as a matter of debate later on. Thank you. And Councillor Sandford, I think you had a question of clarification. No? Any other questions of clarification? No? Well, in that case, I think we can invite the applicant to talk to us. I believe we have Rob Hopwood from Bidwell's. There was some suggestion you might be going to share your time with the applicant, some of the large, or will you cover this yourself, Mr. Hopwood? You'll cover it. Fine. I think you know the system. Looks like you've sorted out the microphone. When you're ready, as you know, 3 minutes, and then if you would hang on for any questions after that, that'd be helpful.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I speak, can I just make a couple of introductions? Because given this is quite a complex proposal, I've got the benefit of some of the colleagues on the project team. I'd just like to introduce, should the members have any questions after. So first of all, on my right in the room, we have the applicant, the MD of Lara Homes, Simon Somerville Large, who's going to say a few words on the vision for the redevelopment and what benefits will be derived via the build. And secondly, I'd like to introduce Richard Coombs, also in the room, a partner of Carter Jonas, who has undertaken the viability appraisal required by the council, and Bidwell's Head of Heritage, Chris Surfleet, who is hopefully going to be on the screen, who has advised on the impact of the development proposal on the heritage assets, including the listed barn and the conservation area. So as planning agent myself, I'll just start from now, if I may. So members may have noted that this application was submitted in 2018. And this was after nearly 3 years of pre-application discussions. Through the spring and summer of 2017, we embarked on detailed officer meetings, and with 2 public presentations for local residents and the parish council, with many follow-up meetings with local residents in their homes thereafter, in seeking to make a number of amendments to meet with their requirements. A meeting was also held with local residents regarding improvements to local drainage, which was mentioned by locals. In addition, the old barn, which was unlisted at the start of this process, was then added to the statutory list in November 2017, requiring further adjustments to render the conversion acceptable to the now listed building. Eventually, through many meetings, we reached agreement of the no harm impact of the scheme. Having reached that important level of agreement on design, the applicant then invested in the costly financial viability work to support the case for enabling development. Revised plans were submitted in July 2019. Officers eventually confirmed that the revised plans would result in the optimum viable use for the site, being the minimum development required to address the conversion deficit and justifying the works to ensure the future of the listed barn. Having established the application proposals represented enabling development, it should also be noted that this application meets many of the policies within the local plan in terms of design, amenity and sustainability, and repairing and refurbishing the barn for the long term. Triplo is a group village where normally up to 8 dwellings would tend to be supported in terms of scale. The officer's report states that the landscaping proposed would soften the impact of the development on the countryside and surrounding greenbelt. The Highway Authority also raises no objection to the application. So I'll pass over to Simon to do the final leg. Thank you.
And if you would just introduce yourself again, and then I'll give you a couple of minutes, but we are...
Yes, I'm...
Bear with us a moment, sorry. Is there a problem? Yes, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
Is that live? Is that working?
Working.
Yeah. Good morning, I'm Simon Somerville-Large. I'm the MD of Lara Homes and owner of the business. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee this morning, as we've all worked incredibly hard to present this important scheme to you today. After many years and much problems through COVID, it has been very difficult for everyone involved. But I'm pleased to have got where we are. Lara Homes has been developing quality homes with bespoke designs around Cambridgeshire for the last 15 years, and I'm very proud of our good reputation. This site at Rectory Farm is clearly a sensitive one in a central location within Triplo, which has required the skills of our talented and award-winning architects, Nell David, and the whole team, including everyone else here today, to design the sensitive conversion of the listed tithe barn and the careful development of the old farmyard. This will enable the extensive work required to restore and preserve this important Grade 2 listed tithe barn that dates back to the 14th century. The supporting enabling development is all within the areas previously developed by assorted farm buildings, many of which were much larger than the ones that are actually there today. And this will restore the sense of place and also remain subordinate to the tithe barn, standing proud back to its original height with its new roof and a key part of the village for the future. This proposal will preserve this important building for future generations to enjoy. For the reasons stated above, and as Rob said earlier, as recommended by the case officer, we hereby respectfully request that the application be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would just hang on there, we may have some questions which could be directed to you or indeed to colleagues. Councillors, yes, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Mr. Hopwood and Somerville-Large for your presentations. I think the question I have really is to do with the viability assessment. I was looking through the reports that were submitted, but I couldn't actually match the numbers in that with the number that's on page 82, the very last paragraph, which talks about reassessment of the scheme, and it generates a negative RLV of just over 1 million. Your figures don't seem to match with this, or by this, your figures. I'm confused.
Perhaps you can clarify that point for us.
I can, yes. The viability assessments, there's quite some history to this. And the assessment was put forward and then checked by the council's own consultants, BNP Paribas. We felt that some of those points that they raised were incorrect, and the assessment of the case was not exactly correct. So we were then in various debates and discussions with the council, and it was decided that an independent quantity surveyor should check it again. So we employed a company to do the numbers again and to submit those to both parties through the council. That was then checked, and this is the number that they came up with. So there are other numbers around previous to this one, but this is the final result, which is what I can't remember their name. Rua Consultants came up with the quantity surveyors. Yeah. So anyway, they were an independent quantity surveyor who did the assessment.
Any other questions from councillors? I think it's fair to say that I was going to come to Councillor Williams whether you wanted to ask a question or to reserve your comments as Speaker's local member. Question, please, Councillor Williams.
Okay, thanks, Simon. I was wondering if you could just say a little bit to us about plot 4. We didn't see a picture of plot 4, but it's a sort of open barn for the other members. How much of that existing structure is likely to be maintained? And I know you're moving it back from the boundary as well, but it's in quite a bad state of repair, that one.
Yes, thank you for the question. We're hoping to preserve the important timbers, but structurally it needs a lot of work. So until we've actually taken it apart and checked all of the timbers, it's actually difficult to tell how many of those are salvageable, but obviously the aim is to salvage as many as possible. But we have reduced the length of the barn to take it away from one of the neighbours' boundaries as well.
Thank you for that. I think Councillor Hawkins is considering whether to ask another question. So she might as well anyway.
I might as well, yes. I mean, I again, looking at the figures that you've come up with, obviously things have changed in that time. And the fact that you're proposing to build so many new properties to pay for the refurbishment of the tithe barn seems to me that with the level of cost increases now that the building industry is going through, there could be a bit of a discrepancy here by the time you get, if you get planning permission, by the time you get that to go forward.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I mean, during the process, the figures have changed considerably over the last 7 or 8 years. And that's part of the cycle of the property industry. House prices have gone up, they peak, and they can go down. We're seeing the same with construction costs at the moment, which are actually going through the roof. I don't think that's going to last forever. By the time the cycle comes around again, who knows? It is a risk we take as a developer. And we are confident that this scheme can work, that we will be constructing this ourselves, and that we will see it through to the bitter end. I'm very proud of all the jobs we do. Quality is very important, our reputation is important. This is a very, very delicate site that we want to get right. It's very difficult to predict exactly where the figures will end up. We can only go on today's figures. In development, that's all we can do. You work on our costs today and what our sales values are today. And these figures here are the latest figures we've got to go on, which are maybe 6 months old. I hope that answers your question.
It kind of does, but I think my concern is that, what I don't want to say is that we get to a certain stage and it's like, oh, we need to build more just to be able to cover the costs to put this thing back up in its,
right.
in all its glory.
If I can answer that, we would like to get on with this project as soon as possible. I think that if we don't start building something soon, the barn's likely to fall over. It's in such a poor state that it could be, in a very, very bad way in the next 12 months. It's important that we get on and start the restoration work and preserving the barn as soon as possible. It needs to be supported internally with a whole new steel structure to support the timbers. It's quite a complicated build.
Right. Thank you for those comments. Perhaps I can just say that you refer to seeing this through to the bitter end. I'm not sure that it need be bitter. As the director said earlier on, the primary issue we're talking about here is the conservation of the building by providing a viable future use. And while some of us may be a little surprised that the applicant's assertion that the repairs and refurbishment of the Grade 2 tithe barn can only be facilitated, that is only viable, through the development of 5 new residential units, that is not contested. Those figures are agreed, I believe, between the council and your consultants. So not a matter for this committee today. Thank you very much to you and to Mr. Hopwood for your evidence to us today. Right, councillors, we now, I think, Councillor Williams, do you want to speak as local member? Can you just explain your position on this, whether you're planning to take part in the debate as well?
I am planning to take part in the debate, but if I could speak as local member, and if I can, without, given the parish council's not here, without prejudice to my own opinion, I will try and talk about some of the local concerns that have been raised, if that's
Thank you, that would be helpful.
Acceptable, so that they are articulated. Yes, I should say that, as has already been made clear, this application has been under consideration for quite some time. In fact, it was discussed in the parish council before I was elected. So in that sense, I wasn't actually party to those discussions at all. It's been around 5 years. It's been a long process, I think, has already been made clear. I will say a few things. I have been contacted by a few residents raising some concerns about the timing of when this application has come forward. Not that I think that's anyone's fault, and I have explained the process. But there are a number of residents of neighbouring properties who are on holiday and have been not able to speak, and I think otherwise would have spoken. So I think members of the committee probably shouldn't infer anything from the fact that they're on a local residents commenting, because the notice has been quite short, obviously in the middle of the summer. There is a lot to commend this scheme. I think everyone agrees that the barn is in desperate need of something being done to it. It is in serious danger of falling down, and I think the principle of this development is a good one in terms of making use of a heritage asset that, as I say, if nothing is done to it, probably will fall down in the not too distant future. So the principle of the scheme, I think, it has a lot to commend it. It's supported. There are local concerns, particularly around plot 4, which is quite near to the back gardens of a number of properties. I couldn't actually find the distance in the report, so if I've missed it, it might be helpful later if Karen could clarify what the distance is between the edge of number 24 Middle Street and plot 4. That would be quite helpful. So there are particular concerns about amenity of neighbours relating to the development of that plot. Now, the developers have, to their credit, moved the barn back, I think, 3 metres from the boundary, or they've moved it a few metres back, I think, to try and address those concerns. But those concerns remain. Other local concerns that have been raised relate to Middle Street and potential increase in traffic on Middle Street, and the fact that there is no pavement on Middle Street. It is a road without any pedestrian paving along its whole length. So there is some local concern around the impact of putting more dwellings there. And of course, going back to the previous point I made, the necessity really of having a car in this location. It's essential to have a car if you're living in this area. So I think hopefully that gives a summary of some of the local concerns. I would say for my own part, I'll come back and talk in debate, but this is a difficult one as a local member. There are lots of positives to this scheme. There are concerns about the impact on amenity of neighbours as well. Thank you.
Councillor Williams, you referred to people who were not able to be here. Would you say that we have at paragraph 7.1, page 85, a summary of the 25 representations received? I think the question of the distance of plot 4 is an additional one. Does that broadly represent the concerns that
Yes, I think
relate to
that's it's a very fair summary in the officer's report of the concerns that have been made. As I say, I think in other circumstances some local residents may have appeared, but they weren't able to.
Right. Well, we're now entering into the debate. I should say, if anyone has any questions for the local member on that, as I did myself. No. Let's then go into the debate. And of course, there is an opportunity to ask for further clarification from the officers. I wonder whether it would be helpful if we just clarified that point that Councillor Williams has just raised about the distance of plot 4. I wasn't quite sure distance from what, but...
Sorry, Chair, yes, it's the distance of plot 4 to, I think, number 24 Middle Street. I couldn't find that distance actually in the report on the section on amenity, but
Karen,
again,
if you're there, is that something that can easily be illustrated perhaps by the site plan?
Yes, I can find that out for you. Give me a couple of minutes and I'll come back to you on that.
Let's come back to that point, give Karen time to find it and move on to the debate. I think Councillor Hawkins, you want to come in.
Thank you, Chair. I've just had a look at the plans. I mean, plot 4 is single story, and the wall that faces the gable end that faces number 24 is where the chimney is, so it doesn't have any windows. Just a point of clarification, really.
Right. Karen, have you managed to find a plan that would help us on that point? No, we'll give Karen a bit more time on that. Other points for debate from other councillors? Anyone else want to join the debate here? Well, perhaps we can come back to you in a minute and just Councillor Handley first.
I think as Councillor Williams has said...
You've got your microphone working?
Yeah, it is on.
It is on, right.
Yeah. As Councillor Williams has said, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one for him as a local member. I mean, in an ideal world, I guess the barn would be saved by some sort of heritage charity and open to the public and all of those things, but that's not going to happen. That's pie in the sky. So we're faced with you either go along with this and save it, or it falls down. That seems to me the way it is. And for that reason, at the moment at least, I'm inclined to approve.
Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Certainly, my feeling is, the same as Councillor Handley has expressed. It's that this tithe ban needs something doing to it, and this proposal to me kind of seems like a good way forward. I appreciate the fact that the the parish council opposed to it because 4 of the houses or the new houses are outside the framework. However, the balance of that is that this needs to be done to save this historic building. And so, as I think we've said before, you have this all 4s and negatives, but in my view, there is a balance here. And I think for that reason, I am inclined to support this application in that we save a tithe ban. And I know what it's like to have to find funds to save something like that.
Right, Councillor Harvey, do you want to speak yourself or will you?
Yes, if I may. So, really, perhaps concurring with Councillor Hawkins and other members, it seems to me that if the primary objective is to save the historic tithe barn, from the pictures we've seen, it doesn't seem to me that the other buildings around that heritage asset are particularly wouldn't particularly enhance that asset were it left in isolation and perhaps restored. So therefore, I think there is a sort of logic to developing the whole site, and I'd be in favour of this.
Thank you for that. Councillor Williams, you said you might want to take part in the debate as well. This would be a good moment if you feel inclined.
not actually sure, Chair, that I'm going to add anything to what I said before. It is a really difficult case. There is the principle of development outside the village framework, which is obviously also a concern, but it's weighing up different factors.
Right. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Can Karen or someone else please confirm one of the comments in para 7.3 is the farm is disused. Therefore, there'll be no, okay, Mr. Kelly is nodding, so there's no loss of agricultural assets in doing this work. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ellington.
I'm very reluctant in this debate because experience has shown in my own village that having weighed the balance, there's a disaster that is round the corner. But I think I have to consider this debate in its own setting and its own location, and therefore I feel that it should be agreed.
Right. Now, yes, Councillor Stobart.
Thank you. So a little bit off this track of discussion. So I concur with the opinions expressed about the development as a whole. I'm wondering, in a special development like this, there's always the opportunity for an innovation. And sometimes the innovation might be because of the nature of the development. So it might be, for example, deployment of materials. It might be nurturing of craft skills that might be, in decline elsewhere. And I was wondering, perhaps I could address the officer. What stands out as the innovative aspect of this project? Oh, the other one, of course, with such a, again, notwithstanding the discussion about proximity to boundaries and so on, but the potential for things that we often need space for, like, I hesitate to use it, but ground source heat pumps would go well on a site like this because it is very open and there is the opportunity to excavate and so on. So where's the innovation? Because it's good to learn by doing and it's not a necessary thing, but it would be interesting to hear what those aspects might be.
Yes, I think many of us may feel some sympathy for concerns as to what might have been included, but of course I would emphasise that we can only consider what has been put before us. I don't know whether, Karen, you've been able to find a plan that might help us on Councillor Williams' earlier point.
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Bear with
if you
me.
could put that up, that would help us.
Yeah. I was going to say, unfortunately, the system went down. But
well, welcome back again.
So bear with me. So this, can you see my screen, an aerial photograph?
We can.
So this is number 24 Middle Street, and to the boundary where plot.
Could you convert the pointer into the laser pointer again, if that's possible?
I don't know if I can on this screen, to be honest. Yeah. Okay. So the distance between the edge of plot 4 to the boundary is approximately 16 metres. But I understand there might be another building in there somewhere. But then plot 4 is about, I think it was 1.2 metres off the boundary. So it's about 17 metres.
Councillor Williams, does that deal with your...
Yes, thank you. The point I was really after was whether it was more than 15 metres away, for obvious reasons.
I think that resolves that point then.
It does.
Yeah.
So I don't see any other speakers. I want to say a few words myself, and then before we come to a decision, I know the director wants to comment on this. I haven't heard anyone say anything that would suggest that we have reasons to turn this down, so I'm not proposing to spend any time discussing what those reasons might have been. From my own point of view, I think the key question is how the tithe barn can be repaired. That is obviously a key priority for us. We are assured, and it is not a matter of contest, between the applicants and the council that it is necessary to develop these other houses in order to secure that. Those will have the effect of tidying up what is referred to in the comments as a disused farm and unattractive. And indeed, I think, having seen the designs, my own view is that those are sensitively designed to fit in with the framework and to create the feeling of a farmyard, to retain the feeling of a farmyard. So I'm coming clearly to the view that we should now approve and ensure that this matter, which has been ongoing for a very long time, can now be progressed, and hopefully that barn can be saved. But before we come to a formal view on that, I think the Director wanted to say something to us.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, taking on board your comments, I was just reviewing the recommendation, the final recommendation, and it's clear to me, obviously, you're giving considerable weight to the protection and restoration of the Tide Barn. That's indeed the position that officers have recommended to you. But it's not clear to me that there's a condition requiring that as part of the permission. So for completeness, I would suggest that we need to recommend an additional condition for your consideration relating to a requirement for a scheme for phased delivery of the restoration of the Tide Barn, recognising that actually on a site of this scale, the development may well take place in parallel. Certain elements, groundworks and so on may well take place in parallel. But I'd be recommending to you an additional condition number 30, that prior to the commencement of the development, details of a scheme for that phased implementation of the works to the listed Tide Barn shall be submitted. That allows the applicant to plan the scheme effectively, and then that the development shall be carried out only in accordance with that approved scheme of restoration, which makes sure that the sentiments that you have expressed that are reflected in the recommendation of officers and the heritage enabling argument is properly delivered by the permission. So with that additional condition to the recommendation, yes, I have been reminded, submitted and approved in writing. I was paraphrasing, so sorry about that. But with delegation to me to finalise the precise wording of that, I think the recommendation should be supplemented with that additional obligation.
Are we happy to accept the Director's recommendation on that, subject to authorisation for the exact wording to be drawn up by himself? I think we are, that's right. I think then we now come to the recommendation. I just want to draw attention to the fact that we are looking at the recommendation on page 105 and not the recommendation on page 87, paragraph 812. So the recommendation on page 105 that we approve this subject to the planning conditions as set out, that includes the additional condition just set out, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers. I haven't heard anyone speak against that. Can we agree to that by affirmation? Agreed. Agreed. Right, we are agreed, that is approved. Thank you. Now, I'm proposing that we go straight on and deal with the related issue of the listed building consent before we take a break. Is everyone happy that we do? Yeah, let's take a short break then. So we'll meet again at 11:55. Thank you, yes. We can now resume. And we now move on to the related question, item 7, which is listed building consent in relation to Rectory Farm and the barns. Karen, I don't know whether you have anything further to say to us on this.
Hi there. Probably not really. It's the parallel application to the full application that we've just discussed. So the works obviously comprise of demolition of some of the buildings and alterations to the buildings to be retained.
Right, thank you for that. I should have said that we're on page 117 onwards. Do any councillors have any questions for Karen Pell-Coggins on this? Councillor Handley.
Question for you, Chair. Having already discussed this in some detail, is there a mechanism for us to actually go through this quite quickly? That's
yes,
my
I
question.
think the mechanism is for the chairman to get on with it, but I do want those who have come to speak to us about it to have an opportunity to just have their say before we get on to this quite quickly. So perhaps I could come back to you in as quickly as I can, Councillor Handley, and you can put a proposal to that effect. So I think that deals with questions of clarification. I'd now like to give the applicants a further opportunity to present on this. I think perhaps, Mr. Hopwood, do you want Mr. Surfleet to comment on this, or do you not feel the need to add to what was said? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Hopwood. So, any questions from councillors on this? Yes, Councillor Hanley.
I just want, absolute assurance that the barn is going to take a priority and will be, will be renovated in good time as a priority. That's the only thing I would ask, really.
Well, that is, I think, a question seeking an assurance to the applicants. Mr. Hopwood, I don't know who you want to deal with that assurance. Perhaps into Somerville Large. Would you mind just coming back to the chair again? Thank you. Did you want Councillor Handley to repeat the question?
Okay, yes. No, thank you for the question. I can give you our assurance, of course, that we've prioritised the barn. It's in our interest to get that work started as soon as possible. The longer we leave it, the more it deteriorates. And the more expensive it's going to be to repair and restore it. So it's absolutely in our interest to tackle it as soon as possible. And the priority is to make sure that the barn stays up, is supported and weather-tight as soon as possible. Okay.
Thank you for that assurance.
Thank you. I'm content with that. Thank you.
Before we get into what may possibly be quite a brief debate, Councillor Williams, did you want to comment as local member?
Chair, I don't think there's really much to add, given that we've already discussed this. I'm pleased about the extra condition we've added in the previous application. There's obviously no need to repeat that condition here. So no, I wouldn't have any further comments.
Right. Councillor Handley, I think you may have maybe had a proposal to put to us. I will be very happy to second your proposal. We now proceed to a vote.
Yes, I propose we move to a vote.
Thank you, Councillor Handley, for putting it so clearly. Right. And unless I don't think I'm cutting out anyone who might have wanted to speak, can we take this by affirmation? I was going to just remind you of the recommendation, but it doesn't sound as though I need to. But let's say that the recommendation on, well, we have agreed to the listed building consent on Rectory Farm. So I hope that the applicants are clear about what we have just decided. I'm sure that the officers will clarify any failure on my part to make clear what we're discussing.
The recommendation is set out on page 127 and is simply to approve subject to the conditions listed in the report.
So we have agreed by affirmation to approve 127, did you say? 8.1. Yes. to approve this application for listed building consent. Right. Now I'm going to hand back to Councillor Batchelor, who is in the next room, and then we will progress to item 8. So thank you. And thank you very much to those who've taken the time to come and talk to us this morning. So we're item 8.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Councillors Fane and Harvey for stepping in there. So we're up to item number 8, members, which is page 133 of our agendas. This is an application at the land at 147 St Neots Road in Hardwick. The application is for the erection of 9 self-contained residential flats and associated infrastructure and works. The applicant is Axis Estates Limited, and the reason it's coming to us today is because it was referred to the committee by officers as well as Hardwick Parish Council. The presenting officer is Nick Westlake, who I think is joining us online. Nick, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Nick, if you could give us any updates, if there are any, to the report in front of us, and then if you could present the report to members, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll just get the screen up and share my slides with you. Okay, as introduced, the application is for 9 self-contained residential flats. This includes 3 studios, 1 one-bed, and 5 two-bed flats, together with associated infrastructure and access works. Just bear with me, my slide doesn't seem to be operating. You can see the first slide, is that correct, everybody?
We can, yes.
Yeah. For some reason, my screen is frozen. Just bear with me. Right, sorry about that, everybody. I've restarted the program. Okay, so the reason for the call-in, as alluded to by the chair, was both via myself and via Parish Council, Hardwick Parish Council. The Parish Council had concerns with the 3-storey element of the design, suggesting that it was not in keeping with the nearby buildings, and it should be a maximum of 2 storeys with an apex roof. The second concern was the access onto Cambridge Road is too close for the busy St Neots Road, Cambridge Road junction. And finally, they had concerns about the building line of the footprint of the development being too close to Cambridge Road. These comments were agreed with via Councillor Chamberlain, who was the ward councillor at that moment in time. In terms of report updates, paragraph 3.2, that should read the overall footprint of the building is 280 square metres, and this equates to a total of 573 square metres of internal residential floor space. So the overall footprint would be the external footprint of the building, not the overall floor area. 10.35, there has been additional plans submitted by the applicant demonstrating that a topographical survey was undertaken and demonstrating the height of the telephone exchange building to the south is actually 7.13 metres. Within the report at the time, we didn't have a definitive calculation, so that was estimated using kind of brick by brick estimation, and it was in as 7 metres. It's actually slightly taller. The final update in relation to the report is 10.37. There is an approved development that I'll go on to the immediate, it's actually the immediate west, so my apologies there, the immediate west of the host site. In the report, it says that building has a maximum ridge height of 8.5 metres. This is actually 8.2 metres, so 30 centimetres less. Essentially, that error has come about through a slight drafting error on one of the plans. And also at the time of writing the report, there was computer updates. So we didn't actually have our electronic measuring device available, but that's been corrected. So the approved scheme to the immediate west, it's not east, immediate west, that is not built out has a maximum ridge height of 8.2 metres. In terms of outstanding consultee responses, we did consult with Anglican Water, who have not returned any comments. So we would take that as being non-objections. It is, after all, a minor application, so that's not deemed to be problematic. And finally, the parish and Councillor Nioto was both consulted for an additional 14 days following Councillor Chamberlain's departure, but no additional comments have been received. Okay, so they're the updates, and I shall get on to the slides. So herein we have the constraints and the location plan. On the left-hand side is the location plan. In red is the site. There are two accesses, one from St Neots Road, the other proposed from Cambridge Road. The Cambridge Road access is not in existence. The St Neots Road access is in existence, and it would be shared with both the neighbouring developments to the west of the host site that include the existing office and commercial space named 149 to 151 St Neots Road, a block of approximately 6 units. Adjacent to the host site to the immediate west is a building we'll get onto shortly that has been fire damaged, was previously a restaurant. So just briefly going through the constraints, the middle image, the green hatched area is Greenbelt. The red area is obviously the application site. The yellow line to the immediate east and north of the application site denotes the village envelope, the boundary framework of Hardwick. So it is within that framework. It's, as I say, adjacent to a greenbelt, flood zone 1. There are no heritage assets nearby. The site is designated from local authorities' perspective as a brownfield site, and there are no TPOs on the host site. However, in relation to the TPOs, to the immediate north of the site, you can see another hatched area. That is a blanket TPO known as White Pits Plantations. So there is actually on the other side of the A428, which is to the north of the site, it crosses over that road. So the vegetation one sees when stood at Cambridge Road is actually TPO'd under that blanket TPO. It's got some implications I'll come on to. The image on the right just gives you a context of the rest of Hardwick in relation to where this site is proposed. Main site history. The host site has been vacant for over 10 years. The neighbouring site was last used as a restaurant. This has been more recently damaged by fire. We have historic records given to us that there was a petrol filling station on site, somewhere between the host site and the immediate site to the west, where the restaurant fire damage currently is. So in terms of the key planning history, there has been an extensive set of pre-application discussions taken place. Two workshops have taken place attended by case officers. I hasten to say I wasn't present at the authority at the time, but as I say, Urban Design were there. The original case officer on the withdrawn application that was submitted 2 years before was present. And the current scheme before you today, members, is very much a result of the pre-application discussions that have taken place. The adjacent site has an approved development for 5 residential units. That was approved in 2021, associated parking and cycle storage, and this will be explained in due course. Images of the site. These are taken recently. So in the top right-hand corner, I hope you can see there is obviously the site highlighted in red. In blue is an analogy of a torch. So if you can imagine shining a torch and the beam of that expanding, that gives you a viewpoint from where the photograph is taken from. So therein we're looking at Cambridge Road and St Neots Road Junction. The fire damaged restaurant is on the right hand side. This image is taken back approximately 50 metres from the existing St Neots Road access. One can see that in the foreground. Also on the right, on the left hand side, you can see 2 cars parked. There is a lay-by there that can accommodate 5 parked vehicles. Equally, this image demonstrates a bus stop and a cycle lane in both directions. This view is taken from Cambridge Road looking north. Again, one can see what we see actually in this instance is the telecommunications building. So behind the wooden pole, the darker wooden pole that is, with the gable end brick roof ridge, that's the 7.1 metre high ridge of the telecommunications building. And then on the far left of the building, far left of the image is the beginning of the residential row of dwellings that are bungalows in nature. And this is then looking back down Cambridge Road to the south, showing these bungalows. They are approximately 6.5 metres, and between 6.5 and the one in the middle there is approximately 7.5, so range of heights. These are photographs taken showing the trees opposite the host site. They have material impact on shielding the proposed development, so I've included these for that purpose. They're not currently TPO trees. They're shown at the top images. So I have spoken to the tree officer about these trees and the concept of them being protected, and they certainly have suggested that they would look into that, and obviously if members are minded to recommend a protection of those trees, that can be further investigated by the tree officer. The views towards the site from Neots Road are shown at the lower images. Again, they're very limited views because of the hedgerow. Equally, that existing plantation of trees in what is known as plot 122 St Neots Road. It's actually within the garden of a residential dwelling, those trees. So views from further afield, officers are mindful of the impact of this development. So I think this would help members form an opinion. Essentially, the turquoise blue line is the nearest public footpath. So that distance is 0.7 miles, approximately 1,200 meters. So it's a significant distance. And obviously, Long Road to the east is further away. But it does appear that the topography is flat, but officers have actually walked that footpath and, as I say, taken an image across. So the top right view shows a shot from the nearest public footpath of the proposed development, and the red arrow indicates approximately where the development would be. There is a slight camber in the ground that you can see there. Again, these views are taken from Long Road, further to the east. The top left, you can see the plan in red is the host site. So again, views across would be, well, non-existent due to the vegetation in place. As we move on to the proposed block plan and ground floor plan, there have been some amendments that have been achieved, and this related to the provision of the balconies, chiefly because the balconies at first floor and second floor in particular would essentially directly look into the balcony space of, if they were approved, the 5 flats opposite. So what we've managed to do is reorientate the balconies at first and second floor to the eastern elevation rather than the western elevation. This being the ground floor that you see before you includes the flat 3 with a balcony facing west. But members should note that there are 7 car parking spaces to the north of the site and 2 to the southeast. No visitor space is proposed, but that's largely because of 5 car parking space laybys on St Neots Road itself. It's also noteworthy that the neighbouring development to the west, that it hasn't been built out yet, but if it was, this would achieve a turning circle for them if they were not using a car parking space. So there is a benefit to that turning facility in the host site. Landscaping, again, this has been reviewed by the landscaping department, who have raised no objections to the scheme, subject to more detailed provision, but that gives you a realistic view of what is proposed, and there are some CGIs that I'll come on to shortly. These are the elevations. The CGIs probably give a clearer indication of materials, but we are going to be looking for a buff brick finish, which would be in keeping with the nature and style of the mixture of both commercial and residential buildings on St Neots Road. The image at the bottom indicates the approved planning application for the 5 flats in the central image in colour. And then to the right hand side, we have the existing block of offices. Now that block of offices is 7 metres in height. The approved development centrally is, as mentioned earlier, 8.2 metres in height to the ridge. And then the host development that we've got before you here on the left hand side of the image at the bottom of the page has a mixture of predominantly 9.5 metres in height to the ridge, with the service stairwell reaching a maximum height of 11.3 metres. The proposed ground floor, first floor and second floor layout plans. Again, all of the spaces internally reach or meet the required standards for the national minimum floor sizes. That is an adopted policy of the local authority. Equally, we've got a policy compliant provision for bicycle storage and bin facilities. The third floor, being the roof, is being used as part of the communal space for the potential tenants, residents, and there has been a condition to ensure that the privacy of the neighbouring properties needs to be demonstrated in the final designs. But again, we've got a soft roof finish there with a green roof on one aspect. These are the CGIs proposed. Officers would point out that they're subsequent to the design amendments. One would see balconies on that elevation to the left-hand side, because at the moment the balconies are shown to the rear of that building. They've been flipped to take into consideration the potential construction of the residential block next door. Equally here, this is the front elevation, a pleasant buff brick finish, contemporary in nature, and officers are in agreement with the urban design officer that is going to give an uplift to a very rundown site that currently exists. This is a brief slide to show you the approved development centrally located. There is a parking plan there was a slight over provision of parking on that development, but again, no turning circle as such. So although the host development we're assessing today does not have a fully policy compliant parking provision, it does provide for that turning arc, so cars could leave in a forward gear if all the spaces were occupied. Some additional images of the site and the local area. Again, we've touched upon it earlier that St Neots Road is a mixture of residential and commercial. In this immediate location, we have the commercial block, some 6 dwellings down, or 6 buildings down. Then we have the fire damaged building that has planning and permission to be converted into residential. Only limited weight can be given to that, obviously, because the construction hasn't taken place and there's no saying it will do. But that existing fire damaged building has a ridge height of 7 metres. And again, we can see the kind of derelict, decrepit state of the host site behind the Harris fencing there. Okay, so the key material considerations have obviously been well documented in the planning report, but hopefully covers most of the areas of questioning. I think I'll touch upon some of these issues in slightly more detail. The principal development being obviously one of the key concerns. Only 3 objections were received from members of the public, notwithstanding the comments from the parish, predominantly relating to parking. Very few, if any, comments related to the scale or the design of what was proposed, although there were comments raised about the cumulative impact of having 2 residential developments next door to each other. Officers are mindful of the MPPF direction, paragraph 120C, that says planning decisions should give substantial weight to the value of using suitable brownfield land within settlements, where that would support appropriate opportunities to remediate despoiled, degrade, derelict or contaminated land. There's certainly no doubt that the land is contaminated due to the existence of the previous petrol station on site sometime in the past. So the redeeming to actually make the land good, fit for purpose, is significant undertaking, cost implications, etc. So that's borne into consideration. But again, it's deemed compliant with policy S7 and S10 that allows units of up to 15 to be considered in group villages, which Hardwick is. It's not considered there to be a loss of any employment because there's no employment in existence on the site. I'll touch briefly on 2 of the other issues and then I'll wrap up. In terms of housing provision, the next indicator down, there are obviously 4 one-bed flats and 5 two-bed flats. The density is greater by some distance that policy H8 requires, but obviously this density has come about due to the stacking or the height of the development, allowing for a greater density that is deemed appropriate in this instance, given the nature of the land that exists. Also, in terms of the housing mix, it is interesting to note that there is a shortage across the borough of flats, with only 6% of flats being identified in the census at 2011. So this development would help to offset some of that deficiency in that regard, and also allow peoples to downsize, and that is also mentioned within policy H9 in the supporting text. Again, affordable housing isn't required. It's under 11 units. It's under 1,000 square metres, with a total residential floor space of 573 square metres, policy compliant in relation to residential standards. In terms of character and visual amenity, officers have considered this to be making a positive contribution to the local context, and the developments deemed appropriate in scale and nature, compatible with the locality. And the other issue, which obviously is a concern for local residents and others, in terms of highway safety and parking. Herein, there is a shortage of parking given the standard requirements of the policy. However, they are indicative figures in policy TI3, and it's deemed that due to the good bus routes, the 2 buses per hour, day and evening, including a cycle route, and a vast propensity of local services, shops, schools, etc., within walking distance, which is well documented in the travel statement. Officers consider that 9 parking spaces is acceptable. So yes, in conclusion, the design is deemed to make a positive contribution to an otherwise derelict site. There are some planning balance considerations to take into account. I've stressed the environmental improvement of the site. Socially, there is a lack of 1-bed dwellings, smaller units in flats, and there is a requirement within the local plan for that. So there is a social uplift in terms of this provision, if approved, and economically, both during the construction and post-development, with additional footfall for local people in the local services and shops. There are some additional photographs, etc., but I'll come on to them if required during debate. Thank you.
Nick, thank you very much. A very, very thorough introduction for members there. Members, before we come on to our public speakers, I will offer members the opportunity to ask any questions of clarity. I appreciate we've had a lot of information presented to us there. So if anything wasn't clear or we need to go over anything again before moving on, this is the opportunity for us members. Councillor Ellington, please.
Thank you. I do know the site quite well. I just wondered whether there was access from Cambridge Road onto the site, thinking particularly of the building, bringing materials on for building and so on, which may seriously affect the other residents of that offices and so on.
Nick, if we could just go over the proposed access to the site again, please, and any conditions around construction access as well, please.
Yes. Can members hear me?
Yes.
Yes, there is no access in existence from Cambridge Road. I'll just see whether I've got a photograph. Yeah, so actually that top left photograph indicates that's one looking north on Cambridge Road with St Neots Road in the distance there. So there is no access that is proposed as part of this application. And yes, within the second point is a very valid point, because during any construction, obviously there would be quite significant movements of plant and materials using the commercial entrance. So within the construction management plan, so I'll just get the plan in front of me, just bear with. Yeah, I'm just where is it?
Nick, is it condition 20 in the report that might cover that?
Right. Yes, it's yeah, actually condition 3, the traffic management plan. So we do have the condition requires that we need to assess which aspect which entrance they're going to use, but that can certainly be included in the construction management plan. I think it has been mentioned by local objectors, so we can ensure via that construction management plan that access for the construction vehicles will be via Cambridge Road only, and that would settle that concern.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Errington, does that answer your questions?
Can I just ascertain then, so there will be two, or there should be two access routes to the site?
I think, yeah, there will be one permanent, which is not off Cambridge Road, but I think what Nick's saying is a condition can be included to insist construction access is through a temporary entrance on Cambridge Road. Is that correct, Nick?
Yes, that's exactly correct.
So there won't be a permanent access, but construction access will be able to enter and exit the site via Cambridge Road.
Excellent.
Councillor Hawkins and then Fain.
Thank you, Chair. The plans do show an access off Cambridge Road to parking for 2 cars when the site is built out.
Okay. Is that correct, Nick?
Yes, that's correct. I'll just show you the ground floor plan. Just bear with me. It's this one here. So, yes, there will be 2 spaces created for residents within the Cambridge Road access.
Okay, presumably that's just for the residents that are parking in units 2 and 3 by the looks of it.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Stephen?
Chair, just to clarify something Nick said, and you know, he might correct me. Obviously, this is on a junction of Cambridge Road and St Neots Road, so I wouldn't want to presuppose that a new temporary access onto St Neots or Cambridge Road will take place. I'm not sure, Nick, whether or not that's part of the permission. I think it's the condition 3 is around traffic management plan, potentially utilising the existing site entrance on St Neots Road, or I don't know if there's any further clarification on that point. Because of the proximity and the radius of the junction, I'm not sure whether a further access is proposed to be created as part of this, but perhaps Nick, can you just clarify that point?
Yes, of course, and that's a very valid point. The access would only be allowed via the approved access on these drawings before you. So any temporary access that isn't in the location of the approved access would need its own permission in its own right. So yeah, the phrasing of my response initially wasn't as accurate as it should have been. What I intended to say was the access that is being created as part of this development, if approved, would be in the location that you see before you there. So that access is created as part of this application, and therefore what we would say within the construction management plan is, as part of the construction of this development, that access shall be the sole access used unless otherwise agreed in writing by the local planning authority, because there could well be an instance where, for what reasons unbeknown to us at this stage, they need to use the St Neots Road access for I don't know, getting certain materials to the front facing flats, but that could be potentially controlled in a more definitive way via planning condition. But essentially what we're saying is all of the construction access could well come, if that's what members request, from the Cambridge Road entrance only.
Okay, no, that's good clarity, Nick. Thank you for your help on that. Councillor Fain had a question of clarity as well.
Yes, Nick, I don't know whether you can help me on this. This has obviously been ongoing some time. This was called in by the request of the Parish Council, and your report says at 8.1 that Councillor Chamberlain is in agreement with the Parish Council. Can I assume that relates specifically to the call-in to this committee? Do you recall whether Councillor Chamberlain had any views on the merits of the application, whether he supported their objection, or indeed whether you've had any submission from Councillor Neto, since Councillor Chamberlain, of course, is no longer on the council?
Yes. Well, that's a good question. Initially, I haven't at any stage spoken to Councillor Chamberlain. It was obviously it predated my time, but I have read the correspondence on file, and Councillor Chamberlain's email were words to the effect of, yes, I support this call-in, and in agreement, I am in agreement with the parish and support this call-in, and that was it. Separately, I have consulted with the new councillor, Councillor Neot, and for 14 days in the lead up to this application hearing, and there's been no responses received.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Councillor Stobart, please.
Thank you, Chair. There is a brief mention of C2C, and one of the route options, I believe, is St Neots Road. So we take the busway right by, well, according to that map, the top edge, the northern edge of the site. Does that change the considerations around access and timing?
I think the answer to that would be we have to judge it on what we have in front of us, and at the moment the route for C2C hasn't been decided. So I think we have to judge it on what is currently there as opposed to what may or may not come in the future. I think that will be the official response unless any officers want to correct me on that.
I think that's correct. That's correct. Obviously, mindful of the public transport corridor that's being created, I suppose one could have in mind whether or not there are any implications for the development. It doesn't go into the development site. I don't think there's any suggestion that it will. And as the chair's highlighted, it is not fixed in terms of alignment. The only comment I would make is that obviously a higher quality public transport corridor in front of the site would improve its sustainability in terms of the location of this site relative to concerns that I know are expressed around car parking, but it would be premature to draw any firm conclusions on the scheme.
And finally, Councillor Ellington, please.
Sorry, I didn't quite get a clarity on my question. I have a site in my village where a construction entrance was agreed, but now when the construction is complete, the entrance, the highways have refused to allow that entrance to become official. And as a farmer now can't get to his land, that is causing quite a problem. And I just wanted, I got Mr. Kelly's view that perhaps highways wouldn't agree an entrance for those two parked cars after the construction entrance had been agreed.
So, as I understand it, we there are two proposed accesses to this site. If you look on the screen, there's one off Cambridge Road, which is highlighted in grey,
yeah,
and one to the northwest as well, which is the main access. But I think, as I understood from the officer's response, a condition can be sought or is included in the traffic management plan condition, which is in front of us, that all construction access must be via the access on the screen on Cambridge Road, as opposed to the one from St Neots Road. That's how I understood it, unless, again, any officers want to.
But those two parked cars aren't going to be able to park there if that construction entrance is closed after the construction is complete.
That's a permanent access. That's supposed to be a permanent access after construction is complete.
It would be.
Yeah.
Have highways agreed that?
Perhaps Stephen can come in.
I mean, just to clarify, the planning permission grants permission for those two access points. Obviously, one of them is through other land. So I think what condition 3 is seeking to do is to ensure that unless otherwise agreed with the council, that is the access, the one hatched in grey that you can see, that is the access point used for construction traffic use.
Yes, that's absolutely right, Mr. Kelly. Sorry to interrupt. I would just hasten to add to that I've got condition 3 in front of me, and that it does say access to the site, the construction site shall be via Cambridge Road access unless otherwise agreed in writing by the local planning authority. So essentially, we're approving the Cambridge Road access that's on the right-hand side of the screen as part of the application as a whole for permanency, but that access will be the sole access achieved for the development, the construction, unless otherwise agreed. And as I said, there may be the odd occasion where the St Neots Road access needs to be used, and on those occasions, whether developer or applicant will write to us and ask for permission. If we refuse that, then they will be obligated to use the Cambridge Road access.
Thanks, Nick. I think that's helpful. So, yeah, for clarity, that's page 163, condition 3, and you've got that's the condition we're being asked to approve today regarding construction access. Okay, I think let's hear from the applicant. Do we have Mr. Chris Dyerson with us? Mr. Dyerson, if you'd like to come forward to the table. So you should have a microphone in front of you with two big grey buttons. The button on the right switches the mic on and off. And as with previous speakers, 3 minutes or as close to thereof to address the committee, at which point, if you could stay seated in case there's any questions of clarification for yourself. So please, whenever you're ready.
Right, thank you, Chair. I don't think I'll need 3 minutes. It's just a few short comments. I think you're probably all aware that this site has been an eyesore in the village of Hardwick for, it's actually about 16 years now since it burnt down. And the building which you've seen in the pictures is just part of what was there originally. It did extend across our site as well. But it was cleared immediately after the fire. So we bought the site in 2017, and we completed the design pretty much as you see it today, very shortly after that. But time has just gone by. We've had a series of planning officers on the case, and as Nick has mentioned, we've been through the pre-app process twice, and we've had consultations with the urban design team. So there's been lots and lots of minor changes to the site. And I should perhaps say that since Nick came on board as the case officer, things have moved very rapidly, and he's been extremely helpful. During that time, that 5 years that we've been working on it, the adjacent site, they started their application 2 or 3 years after us, but they breezed through the process and got their application approved late last year. And because of that approval, we then had to make some more changes that Nick has mentioned about the location of balconies, but that's all been dealt with, and I think is satisfactory. I want to speak to the objections that have been received. The parish council, who requested that it be called in, we had a previous application in from 2019, which was withdrawn. The parish council supported that application. And actually, if you looked at two images of the two applications, you'd struggle to see the difference between them. So it's somewhat bizarre that they support one application, but now they're objecting to the current one. But obviously that's their privilege. There's also objections from, well, there's a number of other objections, but 3 of them apparently are all from the owner of the commercial building next door. And his motivation is that he wants to get the right-of-way removed because the right-of-way to both of these developments goes across his land. He actually owned this site and the adjacent site long ago, so presumably when he sold the site, he gave this right-of-way. He'd now like to get
Sorry
rid
to
of the
interrupt, we
right
are
of
just
way.
over time, if you could conclude.
Okay, sorry. So that's his motivation. So just, he mentions refuse bins. Refuse bins are going to be collected from Cambridge Road. That's not an issue. And one important point concerning the construction traffic is that we've now, after a long time, got provisional agreement with BT to use their land, the other side of their building, for site parking and the site office and welfare and so on, and materials. So we should be able to get all the access through there rather than through the new access. One other little point, as electric car charging was mentioned in a previous discussion this morning, so I'll just add that we will be providing car chargers for all of the parking spaces.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions or clarification for the agents of the applicant? Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Derson, for your presentation. Question really is, you commented that the parish council previously supported a previous design that looks like this, and the parish council at the time, then next one, then are not supporting it. Did you actually have a discussion as to what they would have liked to have seen rather than this?
Sorry, that was a question for me, was it?
Definitely for you.
I think it was around your engagement with the parish council regarding the scheme.
Yes, the engagement with the parish council was through the agent at Carter Jonas, so I haven't had any direct conversations with them, but that was my understanding that they were in support of the original application.
But that is irrelevant because what we are considering now is something that they did not want, that they're objecting to. The question really is, why didn't you and your agent find out from them what design they would have preferred to have seen? And why didn't you work with them to get something that they weren't objecting to?
Well, their objection, as I understand it, is primarily that it's a 3-story block with a flat roof, and they don't like the flat roof. They would rather see a pitched roof, but everything else, the urban design team is in favour of it. The planning officer is, and officers have been in favour of it. It's a statement, considered to be a statement building in a prominent location as you approach Hardwick Village from Cambridge. And, well, we stand by that thought, really, that it's a beautiful design and it will be a high quality construction and a benefit to the village.
Thank you for that. Members, any final questions for the applicant here? Councillor Harvey, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I just noticed the one of the conditions around where to go if there isn't sufficient grid capacity, either for the air source heat pumps or the electric vehicle charging. And I just wondered if you sort of had any indication that there might be difficulty in obtaining grid capacity and sort of what would be your plans if you couldn't, if that's a fair question to ask.
Well, it's not something we've looked at, but we don't anticipate there being any problem. We haven't finalised designs for the potential for PV panels on the roof, but we hope to be able to do that. And what we would like would be to have some PV panels on the roof and a battery system to feed the car chargers, but we don't anticipate this being a problem.
Okay, thank you very much. I think those are all the questions for yourself, so just leaves me to say thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak to us this morning. Appreciate you had a bit of a wait, But we appreciate your patience and you, as I said, taking the time. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we have no further public speakers, so we will now be moving into the debate part of the session. So obviously, again, we have another opportunity to ask any questions of clarification of officers, and it's probably the time we need to start formulating a view on this, members. So we'll kick off with Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. Anything but what's there now will be an improvement, that's for sure. There's two things that I think I just want to, or three actually. First of all, I noticed that there's nothing at all here in this proposal on how much biodiversity net gain that they have assessed that they could get now, whether or not it meets minimum. But I do note there is a condition further down the line. But we must make sure that that condition is met, it's pre-commencement, because I don't see that they'll be able to achieve that on this site. That's my feeling. Second thing is the parking. There is an assumption that's been made that those who live in these flats, if they get planning permission, will only have one car, or maybe no cars. Are we forgetting that this is a village location? Yes, it's a couple of buses every hour, but the bus is going into town. It doesn't mean it's going where people want to go. Villagers, those who live in villages, have always had issues with getting to where they want to go on time, in good time, with public transport. So, for me, that assumption is unfair. And whilst the potential is there for better public transport in future, what is there now, as far as I'm concerned, is not sufficient. And the third point that I want to make is this. Our first application we considered today took away 3-story buildings, which look like 4 stories, to replace them with lower height buildings. And here we are, being asked to approve a 3-story building, which will have uses on the top of it, so effectively a 4-story building. In a prominent location in a village. I know this site very well. I used to go to the Indian takeaway that burned the building down. It was very good food, and it was a loss. And the site has been, yes, looking awful since then. But please, the fact that urban, and this is the other thing, urban design says it's great. Our villagers are complaining that we're turning villages into urban areas. They don't want 3-story buildings. Next door is 2 stories with a pitch roof. The office buildings are effectively 2 stories. Yes, it's a prominent location. And let me just make a point here. When we did the village design guides, we now have 9, I think. 3-story buildings, they didn't want those. They would rather have open spaces in prominent locations, not significant looking buildings. It's a complete difference. There's a difference in village thinking to urban thinking. And so for me, whilst there's no other objections or anything like that, I'm sorry, I cannot support this 3-story building in this location. No. Let's give villagers what they want, not what we want as planning officers or urban designers or site owners. Please, I am not supporting this on that basis. It's out of keeping. It's out of character. And frankly, I don't even like the design.
Okay, so I think there were some concerns raised there, but also a question for officers around the biodiversity net gain, whether that has or can be achieved on this site. Nick or Stephen, I don't know if either of you can comment on that element.
Nick, can you comment on biodiversity net gain, and I'll come back to the point about urbanism.
Sure. Yes, well, I think the first point to raise would probably be to, respectfully remind oneself, because, yeah, the site is in a very kind of decrepit state at the moment with no biodiversity of any stature on site. So a clearing of the site and a well landscaped plot, there is 74 square meters of landscaping, and then there is a whole host of additional soft planting, trees planted around the outside, additional hedging, all of which aren't in existence at present. So that should quite comfortably be achieved on site, bearing in mind what is there in situ, and equally that requirement is defined within conditions 13. So officers are confident that a 10% biodiversity uplift would be comfortably achieved in this instance.
Thanks, Nick. And obviously, on page 151, paragraph 1056, the applicants have prepared a preliminary ecological assessment, which has been reviewed by the council's ecology officer, who takes a view that a condition is appropriate and reasonable in the circumstances of the current site's condition and the opportunities provided to enhance it. So we haven't got a requirement in policy for 10% net gain at this moment in time. We've got a requirement for net gain, and I think we aspire for 10. In fact, in the new local plan, obviously we aspire for 20% net gain, but I think based upon the advice that we've got, there's nothing to say that the objectives around biodiversity net gain cannot be achieved through the condition. I mean, I absolutely recognise the comments about character. I think your urban design service would feel slightly aggrieved if it was considered that it's only interested in urban areas. And certainly, I know that the assessment process and consideration, part of which Nick has gone through in terms of both the rural setting of the site, but obviously the approach to the site in a fundamentally commercial corner of the village. I drove along myself this morning as well to also consider the concerns and objections, but noted very much a kind of small scale, but very much a commercial focus to the site and the immediate adjoining site when you drive along St Neots Road, and clearly as you turn then into Cambridge Road, it breaks down into a much more village sort of feel. But it certainly isn't something, having regard to your policies, that would be prevented in terms of either the form or style or design. The contemporary form of the flat roof building, particularly seen in the commercial premises, which are not traditional village forms in terms of their appearance, and the broad frontages and car parking areas, isn't something that certainly officers have considered to be harmful to the character of the locality, which is actually quite mixed. But of course, it's a matter for members, and it's a matter for your judgment in those circumstances.
Okay, thank you. I think that was helpful. We have a few more speakers on the list now. We have Councillors Sanford, then Ellington, then Handley. So, Peter, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to echo, I think it was Councillor Hawkins' comments about parking. There is insufficient parking on the site, and off the top of my head, I can't see any alternative parking for visitors and the inevitable second car. I'm also concerned about the safety aspects of putting another access, albeit for two cars, close to a very busy junction. I think I've had a near miss at the junction of Cambridge Road and St Neots Road in the past. So that would be a little concern from my perspective. That said, St Neots Road is a mishmash of residential properties and commercial properties of various types, some of them pretty shabby at the moment. So visually this would be a good enhancement to the area, I think. So I'm trying to balance the considerations.
That's good to hear your views, Councillor. Let's hear from Councillor Ellington, please.
I am absolutely on the same page as Councillor Toomey Hawkins. I agree entirely with what she said, and I would again like to thank her for her approach.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Handley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I usually agree with what Councillor Hawkins says. On this occasion, I lean more towards what Peter Sanford has said, in that is, this is a mixed commercial residential road. It's not in the middle of the village, and I think we've got to take it, we've got to assess it in that context. And I also agree with Councillor Sanford that parking, and Councillor Hawkins, that parking is a worry on here. They're insufficient, and I can imagine there'll be cars sort of parked all over the place, basically, if it's built. But as a three-storey structure on this junction, I'm not as offended by it as a couple of other councillors are, clearly.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stobart, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, on a different aspect of this development, the comments about air source, and I'm assuming that means heating, but potentially also cooling. This is welcome. I'm just pondering whether 1 unit per dwelling is a good way to go. I mean, it makes for simplicity. And it still means that if there was solar PV to be shared between the EV charging points and the heat pumps, air conditioning units, then that could be made to work as well. So this is potentially a good architecture, but I think needs attention in the delivery to make sure that the system is appropriately optimised. And maybe that means sharing some plants and equipment between different apartments, but I think that could be made to work. So that aspect, I think, has the potential to be a good solution.
Good, thank you very much. And we have Councillor Harvey, did I see you indicating?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I just really like to agree with Councillor Handley, actually. And this used to be on my cycling route to work, and cycled past that building very often before it was burnt down and after that. But I think there is a good case for something that sort of breaks the monotony along that road. Obviously, you're going slower on a bike than in a car, but I think sometimes a landmark building is a good thing. Sometimes it isn't, but I would be in favour of it in this case.
Thank you very much. I'll give you the benefit of my opinion at this stage then. Whilst I do have also concerns regarding the number of parking spaces not being policy compliant and also the building height, on this occasion, and I haven't always agreed with our statutory consultees, but on this occasion I don't feel in a position to second guess our urban design and highways officers regarding those 2 points. So on balance, I will likely be supporting the application, said unless I hear any strong arguments the other way. So that's where my planning balance is lying at the moment. Councillor Fane, please.
Well, Chairman, I have very little to add to what you've just said, but I will do so anyway. I think we need to bear in mind both the historical and geographical context for this. As others have mentioned, this has been an eyesore for 16 years. It's worth bearing in mind that the previous application on this site, 2019, was for a similar building which had been designed before the next door building, which happens to be 2 stories with apex. Now, on the question of design, I think we have to take very seriously what the parish council say. They would prefer a two-storey building with an apex roof. But as the director pointed out, and others have confirmed, this is a very mixed geographical context. There are a lot of commercial buildings, not all of them very smart along that site. And I think we have to respect Mr. Darson's insistence that having gone through this process with urban design and taken into account their views, the current proposals have been informed from this process that went on until May of last year, that he and his company sticks by their original design proposals for this. And I think we should respect that. Just on the minor matter of the car parking, I think perhaps unlike Councillor Hawkins, I am satisfied that because of the village amenities around it and the very good public transport available there, it is reasonable that the car parking needs, likely car parking needs, are met. And there would indeed be some minor improvements as far as arrangements for next door are concerned, with the potential for turning and going out onto St Neots Road forward. So, taking into account those factors, I am, like you, Chairman, inclined to support the officer recommendation on this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fane. Members, I think all of us have chipped into this debate now, but I will offer members an opportunity to add anything that hasn't already been mentioned or back up a point that they made earlier. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me come back. Let me just make this clear. The design team do a very good job, and they know I support them. So it's, my objection to this is not to do with the work that they do, it's to do with this site where it is. And the fact that we need, I know where this is going, but we need to make sure that we don't stick a finger at local people by insisting on having landmark buildings where they don't want landmark buildings. We are not the ones going to live there. We're not the ones, yes, I go to the post office, I go to the shop, and the thing is, when the shop is busy, people park on Cambridge Road, sometimes almost all the way up to where this second entrance is going to be. So when they have visitors, what's going to happen? Where are they going to park? It's a busy road at the best of times. So just clarifying that. Okay?
No, I think that's all clear. Do any members, I think we've all given a view one way or the other on this, do any members want to add anything that hasn't already been said? No, I don't see that. Well, do any members want to ask any final questions that will help make their mind up, or are we in a position now to make a decision on this? I think we're there then. Members, as I think we are going to be split on this, we will do an electronic vote. So I'm going to ask Democratic Services if they could set this up. So the recommendation is on page 162, and that is to grant approval for the scheme that we've been discussing with the various conditions that are outlined in the report. So members, what we need to do in order to vote, we need to press the blue button to register we're here. If we're in agreement with that and we want to vote for approval, we press green. To vote against it, we press red, and to abstain on the decision, we press yellow. So if all members could vote, please. How many of us are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think that's everyone. If Dem Services could display the result. Well, in the absence of being able to display on the screen, I'll read out. We have 8 votes in total, 6 votes in favour, 2 against, so that application is approved. So thank you very much, everyone, for all your input. And with that, members, I think we'll probably have a lunch break there. So it is 11 minutes past 1. If we come back at 1:45, 35 minutes, we will then carry on with the rest of the agenda. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, officers, and we will break there. Thank you. Thank you very much, and everyone, welcome back to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee. We're up to agenda item number 9, today's proceedings, which starts at page 177 of our PAX members. The application is at number 61 Streetley End, West Wickham. The application in front of us is the replacement of an existing single glazed window with a double glazed unit. The reason this is in front of us is because it's been called in by the local member councillor Jeff Harvey. The applicant is Mr. Robert Giles, and the presenting officer who's joining us physically in the room is Mr. Tom Chenery. So Tom, I will hand over to you to let members know if there are any updates to the report in front of us, and then to introduce the report for members, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just share my presentation, so just bear with me a second. Thank you, Chair. There are no updates on the application. The proposal seeks listed building consent for the replacement of the windows and doors at the host site, which is a Grade 2 listed building known as 61 Streetley End, West Wickham. The officers are recommending refusal of the scheme. This slide shows the site location plan of the farm. Obviously, there are no adjoining neighbours apart from the building to the north, which is also a listed building. The next slide shows once again, just an aerial imagery of the application site. The application site is the site in red. So, as the Chairman stated earlier, the application has been called in by Councillor Harvey. The main considerations that we request members consider today are the impact on the fabric and the significance of the listed building of the proposal. And we should also be considering the public benefits of the proposal and the weight that this carries. There is some history on the site. There has been some minor alterations to the building, the last dating back to 2015. Just run members through some slides of photos of the site. These are taken pretty recently, I think about a week ago. This is just the front elevation. These are views from Streetley End itself, so this would be from a public viewpoint towards the dwelling. There are some outbuildings which do block some of the views from this road. This is a viewpoint to the west of the site from the public footpath, which there is some mature vegetation in between, but the house is visible from the public footpath. And the next slide shows once again that this is from the public footpath itself, so it does show that the windows and doors are visible from public viewpoints. So the applicant, within their information within the application, provided some details of stating which windows are to be replaced. I've refrained from using recent images of this because the applicant's images provide a bit more clarity. So obviously the red lines point to the windows that are seeking to be replaced. So all of them on the front elevation. Although a tad chaotic, the image also shows that essentially all of the windows and also the back door on the rear elevation would also be replaced. The same goes for the side elevation. This is not the side that faces the public footpath. This is within the farm itself, but all the windows are being sought to be replaced. And this elevation is the side elevation as shown on the previous images. So this is the elevation which is visible from the public footpath, and all the windows on this one are seeking to be replaced. Within the heritage statement, they provided a table indicating what is to be replaced. describing the current windows and also what they were to be replaced with. So the windows would be replaced with pine windows, so they would be wooden, but they would be double glazed, and I understand they would have a thickness of 24 millimetres within those windows. Here are the sectional window details that have been provided to us of the windows. This is as much information that has been provided regarding how they would appear. So regarding the council's determination, there is a hierarchy of policies, starting with section 16 of the Listed Building Conservation Areas Act. So it starts with that. It then filters down to the National Planning Policy Framework, in which section 16 is very clear in how the council should determine an application, specifically regarding listed buildings. Paragraph 200 basically states that any harm to a designated heritage asset should require clear and convincing justification. It specifically relates to a Grade 2 listed building. And then paragraph 202, which is also important for this, states where a development would lead to less than substantial harm, this should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including where appropriate, securing its optimum viable use. Regarding the next sort of hierarchy of policies within the local plan, which policy NH14 specifically relates to this. And then the next one down would be the listed buildings SPD, which is a supplementary planning document. There are some details. I will refrain from going through each of the documents and specifically what they say, but if members would like to come back to that at a later point for more detail, I'm more than happy to. The next part down from that would be the Historic England guidance. So there is specific guidance regarding the modifying of historic windows and energy efficiency when it comes to glazing, and also the repair of windows on historic buildings. So regarding the application, sort of as a summary, there were no adjacent neighbours, so there were obviously no objections. There was no response from West Wickham Parish Council. The Conservation Officer was consulted on the scheme. They objected due to the appearance not being in character with the listed building. The replacement windows would fail to make a positive contribution to the listed building and as such would be harmful. And as a result, the proposal would be contrary to local plan policies, Historic England guidance, and also the NPPF. The Sustainability Officer was also consulted. Although they were supportive of the principle of development, they did note that any double glazing or any effective change in windows would be a benefit, but there was not enough information to fully assess the proposal. And in addition to this, there was no other detail provided regarding other environmental performance improvements that could be achieved rather than just the double glazed windows on their own. See, I've just highlighted the member comments because there was quite a lot. There's a bit of history on the site, but I just thought I'd make it clear. This is also in paragraph 8 of the officer's report. This is all highlighted within there. So just to conclude, the proposal is considered to cause harm to the significance and fabric of the listed building. The public benefits in this instance would be the environmental benefits associated with lower energy use. The council considers that the proposed benefits are considered to be limited and that limited information has been provided in order for the council to fully assess the difference between the existing windows and the proposed, and that it's difficult to assess the carbon footprint impact as, apologies, I've gone back through there by accident. Just skip that through, I've got a thing trigger happy. It is difficult to assess the carbon footprint because obviously with new windows there is the whole life carbon cycle. That detail was not provided, and no information has also been provided in the other works that could be carried out to the building which would have a greater impact on the energy efficiency of the building. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Tom. Members, we do have 2 public speakers on this, but as usual, if anyone has any questions or clarification for the officer on their presentation, please do say now. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Tom. Just a simple question, really. Did the applicants refuse to provide the information? Because you made quite a number of statements about not having enough information. Were they asked? Did they refuse? Why don't we have the information?
I was not party to when the application was first submitted and the decision being made for refusal. So I'm not entirely sure of the conversations that were had regarding that. All I can comment on is that the information that was provided with the application, the sustainability officer did highlight that within there, but I can't comment on whether they refused or not. I assume you'd speak to the applicant about that.
Sorry, okay, thanks for that clarification. It's just when I looked at the list of documentation, there's a lot from pre-2020, but hardly anything. You know, going forward, I just wondered why correspondence or communication seemed to have stopped. And it has been, you know, we've had it a long time. Anyway.
Yeah, from my, I was not the original case officer dealing with the application, so I can only advise on what I was dealt with, but from my understanding, the application essentially, the council had already come to the decision quite some months ago, but we were waiting for comments from the sustainability officer and for the application to be able to go to committee, which is why there was quite a long period between those dates.
Sure. We also do have the applicant with us today, so perhaps we can ask the applicant directly about that. Members, any further questions of clarification on the officer's presentation then? No, I can't see any. So with that, we will then come to the applicant. So Mr. Rob Giles, who's already in position, welcome. I understand you've got a bit of show and tell for us as well. You've brought a few props to aid your case, as it were. I know you've been here for most of the day, so firstly, thank you for your patience. Secondly, rules are the same as with the other speakers, so 3 minutes to address the committee, at the end of which there may be some questions of clarification for yourself. So if you wouldn't mind staying seated at the end, and then we'll take any questions should there be any. So please, if you want to pick anything up and get it in position before you start, please do, but 3 minutes in your own time. Oh, sorry, would you mind pressing the microphone button? It's the silver one on the right. You're on.
Yeah. The South Cambridge Council declared a climate emergency in 2019, and that it is green to our core. As the residents of Streetley End Farmhouse, we cannot agree that our proposal would adversely affect the character of our home when the current windows are standard 1980s single-pane pine. Their replacement has no impact on the fabric of the building, and the original window openings will not be affected. The windows will have a lifespan of around 40 years, a transient change for a 400-year-old building, and entirely reversible in the future. To paraphrase para 199 of the NPPF, the more important the asset, the greater the weight to the asset's conservation. Compared to other Grade 2 listed properties, such as Alexandra Palace and the iconic BT Tower, our house is of less unique significance. It does not seem the converse principle of the less important the asset, the less weight should be applied to its conservation is being applied. No historic feature would be lost. The property has been significantly altered over time, lost its feature chimney stack, and had an entire section demolished. The Conservation Officer is content we fit double glazing, yet insists on 16mm heritage glazing. As submitted to the Planning Officer, some parts of the window trade highlight heritage windows do not meet the EN 1279 standard, and as such are illegal to fit. I have a 1980s window and one of our current 24mm windows here to present to you. The 24mm window does not have the negative features that the Conservation Officer refers to. To a passerby, the 16 and 24mm windows would look identical. In the photo provided to the committee, it is difficult to distinguish between the current single glazing and the 2015 double glazed window which you saw in the photos. And there is a far greater difference between the current single pane glazing that we have and the 24mm glazing that we're proposing. The statement that 16mm glazing is somehow more appropriate and 24mm glazing is not is prefaced by preferred. It is the personal opinion of the conservation officer, not based on any historical basis whatsoever. We have provided data showing that a 28mm window will be 30% more efficient than the 16mm heritage window. Extrapolating from this, using a straight line comparison, a 24mm window would be approximately 20% more efficient. We cannot create a direct comparison. The data is not available to us, but it is obvious that a larger gap gives more energy efficiency. With a cost of living crisis, a climate emergency, and a green to the core council, I cannot see how the council would deny us any opportunity to save energy as much as practicable with a transient feature of our home.
Thank you very much. Almost to the second, so thank you for keeping to time. I know you have the windows here. It probably would be helpful if you maybe brought them in front so members could see. I think that might be the...
I've put them there side by side. I wasn't sure whether members wanted to go up. So on the left-hand side, I have a window removed from my home today, from the middle floor. And on the right-hand side, we have the window which was installed in 2015 when we achieved planning permission, and it was signed off by the planning authority to have a 24mm glazing window. So effectively what we want to do is replace all of our single windows with a copy of the one on the right, which is already installed in the home. So the main issue seems to be the thickness of the frame. So I think it's probably better if people go up and they can actually assess the window.
So we have our glamorous assistant, Mr. Kelly, bringing them in front of the committee so we can have a look. I mean, as it seems to me, this application revolves around the aesthetic change. I think it's handy if members do get an indication of what the one on the left, which is the current, and the one on our right, or my right, which is the proposed new window. I think it's useful if members... For those watching online, we have a few members just inspecting the windows. We haven't gone quiet. For those members that do have any questions for the applicant, if you could wait until we're back at the mic so everyone can hear what the questions and then the responses would be, that would be helpful, I think. Right, I think that was helpful. We essentially had a reverse site visit there where the site came to us. So I appreciate you doing that for us, Mr. Giles. That's helpful. So following that, members, do we have any, so having had that presentation, do members have any questions of clarification for Mr. Giles, the applicant there? Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Giles. I think you mentioned in your presentation some data about the energy efficiency. Can you just confirm when that was sent to the council? I'm not sure if it's disputed that that was received, but it would be useful to know when that was provided and who it was provided to.
In this long process, I submitted it via email over the last year, I believe. So the data came from George Barnsdale, who we have had the quote and the technical drawings from. They were able to provide me with the 28mm sort of comparison, but not the direct 24 at the time. And I haven't chased it any further, being brutally honest.
Thank you. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. A similar question from me. Can I refer the committee to paragraph 4.4 on page 179, which states, the Conservation Officer states that no details of the exact materials or depth of the window were submitted. The applicant and the local councillor dispute this. Would you like to say whether you did in fact supply all the information required to the Conservation Officer?
I thought we did. I thought we sent in fairly comprehensive plans. It became quite apparent with the previous Conservation Officer when she came to do a site visit that, in her opinion, it was best that we kept our current rotting windows and fitted secondary glazing, something which we did not agree on. So I did very much lose faith in the process at that point.
I think following on from that, I think Mr. Kelly hopefully can clarify the council's position on that a bit further.
So yes, that's obviously the Conservation Officer's comment, but the applicants and the application file online do show the information submitted on the 5th of March by the applicant around this. The Sustainability Officer's response to that additional information was to highlight, obviously, bear with me a second, I'll just open it. But I seem to recall that they highlighted weren't seeking to dispute the figures, but were suggesting that notwithstanding those figures, just bear with me a second. Actually, Tom, if you can help.
Yeah, sorry, just because I was obviously party to the Sustainability Officer's comments. I think so obviously the details were submitted by the applicant regarding that. I think one of the sticking points, especially the Conservation Officer and potentially the Sustainability Officer had, was that the details that were provided were of essentially the wrong window type. So obviously it was 28mm, so we weren't able to accurately assess what sustainability benefits would be available as a result of that. The Sustainability Officer did comment on it, and they did mention that essentially there would be sustainability benefits as a result of the details that Mr. Giles provided. However, they did comment within their comments that it is up to, essentially, it's not her position to comment on whether the impacts of the listed building are, that's not for them to decide. But they also went into quite significant detail about potential other sustainability or energy improvements that the dwelling could achieve that would not necessarily cause harm, for example, insulation, etc. So, but obviously we're not considering that. We're only considering the windows. So I think it's important for members to understand that, yes, additional information was provided. However, the council is of the opinion that that information was not sufficient enough, and as relating to the MPPF, that it's a clear and convincing justification to outweigh the harm. But that is for members to decide whether the sustainability of these windows would outweigh the harm, essentially. But that detail was received and provided, and that was consulted upon with both the Conservation Officer and the Sustainability Officer.
Thank you. Councillor Fain has a question for Mr. Giles.
Yes, Mr. Giles, I don't know whether you've ever had an EPC done on your house. If you have, it would have recommended certain measures, including double glazing, and it would have assessed the potential cost and impact of that. But if that's not the case, have you got any information on the U-value of the two windows under consideration? Because this is the key factor that would determine its benefits in terms of energy efficiency and carbon saving.
We've not had an EPC done on the property. Grade 2 listed properties are exempt, so it's not need to be done for any sort of sale or rental purpose. Although we could, yes, have one done. However, that is a very niche field. The property was extensively renovated in the 1980s, so it has been clad in cement render, amongst a number of other features. What we have tried to apply is the Natural England whole building plan kind of concept. So at the moment, we're just trying to get windows through, but we need to get the windows done before we can get the concrete render off and then redo that render in line. So there is a whole building plan that's fairly simple for what is a wooden framed building of some age. In terms of the U-values, that data was submitted specifically with U-value and energy numbers, but for that 28mm window, not the 24. However, taking a straight line comparison between the 16 and the 28, I think it's fairly safe to assume that 24 millimetre does offer that 20% increase in energy efficiency. In actual fact, it's not going to be a straight line because the benefits of the thickness of glazing dissipate as they get thicker. So we should have probably between 20 and 30% increase in efficiency.
Thank you very much. Members, any final questions for Mr. Giles? Councillor Hawkins, you're looking quizzical.
If I may. I've just been looking at I think it was a letter you sent on the 5th of March last year. And that was one that had the email from George Barnsdale, who are the suppliers. Why is it, I just need to clarify this, because the email from George Barnsley talks about 28 mil glazing, not the 24. I presume you asked them to ask for information on the 24 mil, not 28.
So I believe I had a phone conversation with the lady who provided the data. The email which came through was for the 28, not for the 24. I did send an email to try and get that changed, but I think they thought they had provided me the information and I haven't had a response from them. I haven't chased it. Yes, it would have helped. This has been going on for sort of 3 years and it's taking up a considerable amount of my time. And I had to sort of draw a line somewhere.
Okay, I think that's answered the question. Members, if there's no further questions for Mr. Giles, it just leaves me to say thank you very much for taking the time to come in and speak to us today and for dismantling your home to speak to us today. We really appreciate it. So with that, members, we'll move on to our next speaker, who is Councillor Harvey. And it's worth just reminding everyone that's watching that Councillor Harvey expressed an interest, so isn't taking any part in the debate or vote on this item, but he is still addressing us as local member. So, Councillor Harvey, if you'd like to give us your thoughts in 3 minutes, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I did have a brief word before this. I was wondering, oh yes, thank you, Lawrence. If we could have a brief few seconds in lieu of a site visit. So this shows the cat slide window above, which is the 2015 double glazed unit that we've got in the chamber here, compared with the 1980s unit. Now you can see the 1980s unit's actually on a 1950s extension, pan-tiled extension. And notice on the reflection of the original single glazed window that even in 1980, joinery precision was such that you can't actually see any of these effects that are talked about on page 181, where we're supposed to be able to see slight angulation in the different panes, leading to a sort of additional visual interest, because actually they're completely coplanar, and if you look at that very carefully, that there's none of that effect at all. In other words, if that were a single pane of glass with a fixed glazing bars, it would look identical. If we can move to the next picture, that just gives a closer side-by-side comparison. Again, you can see the one on the left, effectively it could be a single coplanar piece of glass, you wouldn't see any difference. And then on the right, the 2015 double glazed unit here in the chamber. And then the final picture, please. And this just shows the internal. And you can see on the left-hand picture, what's interesting there is that, contrary to what the conservation officer said in her original report, the spacer bars internally are not aluminium coloured. They've been coloured to match the frame. And I think to the inattendant passerby, you'd agree that those two pictures would look very similar. I also draw your attention to, in the pictures, photographs that we saw earlier, the thinness of the vertical bar in the photographs. And I'll now go on to my written presentation. Perhaps preface that by just saying that a lot of additional information has been brought in this report that wasn't raised in the original report on the portal, and that partly answers Councillor Toomey Hawkins' point. National Planning Policy Framework gives the committee discretion to weigh the balance between the harm to a heritage asset and a public benefit. This council has both declared a climate emergency and passed a motion that this balance should address climate change. In effect, the NPPF says the less important the asset, the less of the weight should be given to heritage conservation. So inevitably, in some cases, public benefit and climate change mitigation will outweigh conservation in the judgment of this committee. Though the NPPF obliges us to give great weight to heritage conservation, nowhere does it say that we should not also give great weight to climate change mitigation. And we should. We are in a climate emergency. The argument for refusal is based on the assertion that climate change mitigation has no weight or is negligible. And on page 186 of the report, section 1024, the conservation officers consider that the energy saved would not be discernible at a public benefit level. By this flawed logic, we would never act on climate change, since individual efforts would always be diluted by the enormous volume of the global atmosphere. Now, I don't know about fiddling while Rome burns, but this is an example of fiddling the maths while Rome burns. On page 182, section 6.16, we're told that we need the figures on the overall efficiency of the building. We don't. The payback period, both in carbon cost and money cost, is entirely determined by the interior and external temperatures. The heat losses would be the same in whatever house the window is fitted. Now, heritage grade implies that it's somehow a superior product, but in engineering terms, it's an inferior one. And I've read of concerns in the industry that many of these heritage grade units, as Mr. Giles mentioned, would not pass British Standards 1279. Part 2 for moisture penetration, nor Part 3 for gas leakage rate and gas concentration tolerances. Glazing bars compromise the seal design, leading to increased moisture presentation and gas loss, and make it more likely that these units are in landfill before repaying their embedded carbon cost. And embedded carbon cost is something that is important and has been overlooked in the report, because it does affect the planning balance and it needs to be justified. Now, what is the difference in appearance that causes the 24mm double glazing unit to be ruinous to the character of this building, while a 16mm one is not? Please judge this in a modern context, using the discretion that the law gives us.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I think that was very, very helpful for the committee. Members, do we have any questions of clarity for the local member? Councillor Fain.
Chairman, Councillor Harvey referred to the motion which was passed at this council. Can you just remind us what that required the council to do in terms of assessing the public benefit that you referred to?
It required us to give our reasons in terms of climate change mitigation for a refusal. And it also required us to make available, if necessary, a senior sustainability expert. Haven't got the motion in front of me. I think those are the two substantive items.
Members, any further or final questions for the local member? No, I don't see any. So, Councillor Harvey, thank you very much for that presentation. With that, members, we'll move into the debate. So, as usual, we still have the opportunity to ask questions of clarity of officers, and it would be good if we could start formulating an opinion on this one, please, members. Councillor Handley to start us off.
I think it's the first time I've ever got in first with a question. I have to say, I've no reason to doubt that officers have applied the rules as they stand. That's the first thing. This is in no way a commentary on their decision making at all. But we're probably having a discussion today that should have been had in 1985, quite honestly. This isn't Hampton Court Palace or a chocolate box cottage on the River Stour. You know, we're talking about a family home in West Wickham, which has already been changed substantially over the years. And surely the rules that apply to this house should be quite different to those that would apply to one of those properties that I've just described. It just seems to me there's an anomaly here. This gentleman and his family want to make their house as energy efficient as they can make it. And basically, the appearance is not going to be changed by what they're doing from what's there already. So, you know, yeah, I know rules are rules, but I think here we need to show flexibility. And I think almost we've got a bit of a test case, to be honest, because this could well happen again. We could get a similar application coming again. If we get better advice and guidance to officers to apply to maybe buildings which are substantially, historically, have to be protected, and those which are listed but have been substantially changed as this one has over the years. I think we just need to have some common sense on this one, to be perfectly honest. Thank you.
Just briefly in defence of the officers, they do work to policy, so they're quite limited in the decisions they make.
That's the point I was making at the beginning. That I'm not doubting they've applied the rules as they stand. It's up to us to change the rules, and I suspect that we may have to look at this after this case.
Absolutely, I think the point's been taken. I think Mr. Kelly would like to come back on it. Just for absolute clarity, the legislation is exactly the same for Hampton Court Palace as it is for this dwelling, but you're quite right that you're required to consider the significance of the heritage asset in the assessment of the harm to it, and have regard to that when considering the public benefit. But it's not, Councillor Harvey said that there should be a legislative provision in respect of the climate emergency. The fact of the matter is the way the planning regime is configured is that there is a very clear emphasis that you have a statutory obligation as the planning authority to consider, in the very first instance, before everything else, the presumption in favour of preservation of the asset. Now, that doesn't mean, in today's context, that you can't reach a decision that's contrary to officers, but I think in discussing this matter today, it's really important that you understand you have a legal obligation before anything else to consider the presumption in favour of preservation. You then need to consider, and you're not bound by your conservation officer's advice, you do though need to understand the framework under which you make a decision, and particularly the role of heritage buildings, heritage assets in that. So it's not to decry the significance of the climate emergency, but the planning legislation doesn't recognise it in the same way at the moment. And I just want to make that clear before you make your decision. That's, you know, the decision is with you, but a number of statements have been made about we need to rebalance this, and the legislative provision, and Vanessa will correct me, would be not at this moment in time. You can't do that. You're required to approach it through that legal framework. You can weight the public balance differently, and you can consider the significance of the heritage asset and the significance of the features of the heritage asset, but you are always bound to proceed on the premises of a presumption in favour of preservation, and then the harm and the public benefit trade-offs that Councillor Harvey and the applicant have highlighted, and indeed which the officer reports also.
Can I come back, Chair?
Just to be clear then, Mr. Kelly, if we take a decision to not support the officer recommendation today, what might happen? I mean, who's going to appeal against what we decide today? Is it something we can do legitimately?
Of course you can. What you would need to conclude is that, in your view, the public benefit associated with the improvement in the performance of the building and its carbon footprint is sufficient to outweigh the harm to the heritage significance of the building that you have assessed, having regard to all the matters in front of you. So I'm certainly not saying that as a committee you cannot draw that conclusion. But a number of statements have been made about the policy emphasis and the way the policy lies. And I just want to be clear that it's one of the few areas in planning where there is a very clear statutory mandate for you in terms of your purpose. And that purpose starts with safeguarding heritage assets. And you can then form your judgment away from that, or indeed away from the recommendation.
Okay, I think that's useful for the committee members to understand that. Vanessa.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Just to confirm, you can take an alternative view to that that's been recommended. There would be, the only person that could appeal it is the applicant, which they wouldn't presumably do. I'm sorry. So, can you still hear me? Yeah, good. So if someone didn't like the decision of the committee, they would approach it by way of a judicial review, not an appeal, because that would be the applicants, and they wouldn't appeal it. No.
Yeah, presumably the applicant wouldn't appeal an approval, should we, should we go down that route. Okay, I've got a few other speakers, but Jeff, can you switch your mic off first? Thanks. Councillor Williams is next on the list.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Kelly as well. I think that was very, very helpful. I'll be brief. Having seen the two windows and having seen the photographs, I think my view is that the harm to the heritage asset is minor. If we were talking about the windows themselves being of some heritage value, so if the windows were fitted in 1689, I would require a slightly higher burden to be passed to rip them out, but given that they weren't, they were fitted in the 1980s, I think the harm to the building, to the heritage asset, is minor as a result of that, and I think is more than outweighed by the public benefit that we've talked about. So I can't myself see any reason not to approve this, with the caveat, of course, that I think the officers have done their job correctly, and I don't criticise the officers, but I come to a different view.
Good, thank you very much. And as has been mentioned, planning is a balance, so it's just how we as committee members choose to proportion that balance. Councillor Sanford, please, you're next. Go on, Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Dr. Williams actually made the same comment that I was going to. I cannot see any difference, even fairly close up, between those two windows, and I'm sure anyone passing by the property would not notice a difference. So I think we are protecting the heritage asset. We're just protecting in a different way to which the officers recommended.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And we have Councillor Fane, please.
Well, this is a balance, clearly, as the Director and our legal advisor have explained, our first duty here, but there is a balance against the public benefits of the proposal. It is quite clear to me, as was set out by Councillor Harvey, that the windows proposed would be likely to be significantly more lower U value and to have greater public benefits, probably to last significantly longer. Like others, I find it difficult to see the difference. I recognise the expertise of the Heritage and Conservation Officers on that. I think RSPT Chapter 11 relates to existing windows. As was pointed out, these are replacement windows that we're talking about. We're not protecting the original windows. I'm sorry that we weren't able to look at the actual U values, because that is the key test, but I think it would be very hard to say, in terms of this council's commitment to, both in our business plan, being green to the core, and in the motion that Councillor Harvey referred to, and the procedures that apply to our consideration of such cases, that we did not regard the energy conservation as well as other conservation as being a high public priority, and one that should weigh heavily in cases such as this. And given what I've seen of the windows themselves, I found it very hard to say we should not come to a different decision from that recommended by the officers.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Stobart, are you waving at me?
Reflecting Councillor Williams, Councillor Sandford's view, actually the widely expressed view that, in fact, the visual, the change to the visual, just looking at the samples and reflecting on what they might be like if the slightly thicker frame was installed, the conclusion we can draw is actually there's very little difference visually. But, you know, if the proposal had been for triple glazing and a slightly thicker, where would we have drawn the line? I mean, we seem to be drawing a sensible line, I think. But are we learning properly from this example as to what is an acceptable point? So I would support my colleagues and also their views, but I just want to be sure that we're not, in a sense, creating a decision point which is in some way arbitrary. I just want to be sure that, yes, if we did this again, we'd reach the same conclusion. Or in a similar set of circumstances, we reach the same conclusion. So we've thought of an aesthetic, and we've concluded that it's okay. Would we be sure to apply those same standards in the future? In other words, are we learning correctly in making this kind of fine judgment?
Sure, I think that's a fair point to make. Members, we've heard lots of comments positively for the application. Does anyone of the same view of the officer and think the application should be refused, or speaking in support of that recommendation? I don't see anyone, so Councillor Hawkins?
Sorry, I just wanted to make a point. I was putting my hands up before you mentioned the negative bit. Just wanted to say, on our website, on the Greater Cambridge Planning website, we do have a page that talks about how to make historic buildings more energy efficient. And changing windows or making them more tight-fitting is one of those. So, and you know, I support what my other colleagues have said, but I just wanted to make that point in that we do support making this energy efficient changes. And of course, for me, the fact that we already had approved the one that was in the 24 mil previously approved says to me that there's no reason why we can't approve another set of 24 mil windows to be used. Thank you.
So what I'm hearing is, I think the general consensus, unless I've misread the room, is that members are more inclined to approve the application rather than refuse. So I'll offer officers an opportunity to come back on that before we do make a decision. Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, we've heard the debate. I think if you are minded to approve the application, contrary to our recommendation, we would recommend that you included a condition capturing the approved plans, so the plans and details that were submitted that are on the website that show the window dimensions and so on, because that seems to have been a central part of your judgment. And also that you require the conventional condition in terms of time limits for commencement of the works. But it is a matter for you. You've weighed up the significance and impact on the heritage matters. But my recommendation would be, if you do draw a conclusion to approve the application, that you include those two additional conditions alongside your decision.
Okay, so just so I can summarise, one is the usual condition around time limits for actually undertaking the work, and the second condition was around building to the approved plans that we have on file for this particular property. Is that correct? Okay. Members, should we vote in favour of this application? Does anyone have any issues with including those two conditions as part of the approval? No? Okay. Well, members, last opportunity for any questions or final comments before we go to a decision? No, I don't see any. So we have a recommendation on page 187 in front of us, which is to refuse the application for the various reasons outlined. Members, what I've been hearing is that members are generally supportive of the application. So can I ask if anyone wishes to vote to refuse or wishes to abstain on this? No, I see no one indicating. So can I take it that with the two conditions that Mr. Kelly just outlined, we're all in favour of approving this application? Agreed? Yes. Okay. Well, we'll take that as a unanimous agreement then, obviously without the vote of Councillor Harvey, who's withdrawn for this item. So that application is approved. So thank you very much again to officers and for Mr. Giles for helping us with that decision with the physical demonstration of the windows. So thank you very much for taking the time to come into us today. Members, I think we've been going for about 4 hours now, so can I just get general agreement from everyone that we're okay to continue? Is that an agreement? Agreed? Good. Thank you very much. Okay. Members, we're moving on now to agenda item number 10, which is an application at number 2 Duck End in Girton. The application in front of us is for the demolition of existing garage and store and the erection of a single-storey side and rear extensions and rear dormer and front 3 dormers. This is a retrospective application as this has already been constructed. The applicant is a Miss Naveer. The reason that this application is before us today is because it's been called in by the previous district councillor, Councillor Bygott. Okay, by previous and current district councillors is the reason it is before us today. The presenting officer who will be presenting the application to us is Mr. John McAteer, who I believe is joining us online. John.
Thank you, Chair. Can you all hear me?
We can see and hear you fine, but before you start, we've got a point of correction on something I've said by Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Point of correction, it was actually called in by Councillor Garvey. Councillor Bygott supported that request, and it's stated in the report as well.
Okay,
paragraph
understood.
8.2.
Called in by the current local member. So, John, thank you for joining us. So, yeah, if you could introduce the report and give us any updates to the report that we have in front of us, should there be any.
Okay. Let me start my presentation. So thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. The application under consideration is 2 Duck End in Girton, which is a retrospective demolition of an existing garage and store, the erection of a single-storey side and rear extension, a rear dormer and 3 dormers to the front roof elevation. And my recommendation is for refusal. We validated this on October the 29th, 2021. I received it shortly after that, and I performed my first site visit on the 12th of November. And from that, I could clearly see that the works had been underway for quite some time. They have subsequently been completed. Enforcement were discussing the application prior to my involvement, but decided to leave it for me to make my decision. I believe it was Councillor Garvey who initially requested that this be put before committee, and Councillor Bygott seconded that. So the site location plan is here. We can see 2 Duck End right in the middle. Most important, I think, to draw your attention to is the property called Town End here, which has its drive along here, and the 3 properties, 3, 5 and 7 Duck End, which are all listed buildings and are the most directly affected by the proposal. This is a block plan from 2020, so it shows what the application looked like prior to works commencing. We can see the single-storey garage, which has subsequently been demolished and replaced, and the rear garden here, which is where the extension has moved into. Again, we can see number 3, 5 and 7 here, and their gardens which run along this area here. These were the pre-works elevations of the bungalow. We can see again the garage just here, which would be demolished. And this is the pre-works ground floor plan again. And a roof plan. I've also included several photos from April of 2019, just to give you an idea of what the property looked like prior to the works being finished. I'll also draw your attention to this side elevation here. As you might be able to see from the photo, that is number 3 Duck End, and we can see the ridge line of number 2 here. This is pertinent later when we see the dormer being put in and how it relates to this elevation. We can see at number 3 there as well along the front elevation. So this is a block plan of the completed works. Here we can see that the front garage has now become part of the front elevation. This side extension moves all the way to the rear of the property, to the rear boundary, and we can see the space created by the single-storey extension just here as well. Again, 3, 5 and 7 there. This is the completed works elevations. We can see the garage at the front elevation. All 3 front dormers here, here and here, the single-storey extension projecting to the rear, and the quite substantive large rear dormer on that rear roof slope. That includes 2 Juliet balconies and 3 extra windows. And again, we see the completed floor plans, the extra space created here up to the rear boundary. And on the roof, we can see where the loft space has been created through the rear dormer and the front 3 dormers here. These are photos taken on the 12th of November, as I said, on my first site visit. This, again, is the side elevation of number 3 Duck End, and we can see the half-completed rear dormer being put in here, as well as the front dormers from the front. And I've also included some completed photos from a June site visit. So this is the completed works. Again, the cladding is now in place. You can clearly see the impact to the public realm from this road. We can see the full extent of the rear dormer, and this is from the this is from the front drive of Town End, which I mentioned earlier. We can see the full extent of the dormer. And that rear dormer there on the side elevation of number 3, one of the listed buildings. So the rear dormer presents the principal reason for refusal. It's considered to be excessive in scale and bulk due to extending across almost the entire roofscape. The Conservation Officer has also objected to it on the grounds of that rear dormer being excessive in scale and intruding upon the traditional form of the character of the listed buildings at 3, 5 and 7. The third reason for refusal is the impact to neighbouring amenity. The rear gardens of 3, 5 and 7 are already quite small and enclosed, and it's considered that the addition of that rear dormer is creating overlooking impacts and massing impacts, creating unacceptable impact to neighbouring amenity. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much, John. Members, we have a full raft of public speakers on this. I would like to move to them as swiftly as possible, but of course, members, an opportunity to ask the officer any questions of clarification before we do move on to them. No, I think that's all clear. Okay, with that then, we will move on to our public speakers, and we're starting with Mrs. Juliet Atkinson, who I believe is with us in the room. Mrs. Atkinson, if you'd like to take a seat in front of the mic. You've got 2 big silver buttons. The one on the right switches it on and off. That's on now.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. So appreciate you've probably been sitting here a while, so you probably know the procedure by now. It's 3 minutes to address the committee, at the end of which there may be some questions of clarity for yourself. So if you wouldn't mind staying seated, that would be great.
Okay. I am the owner and resident of number 5 Duck End, which is located on the boundary of 2 Duck End. I am speaking today on behalf of number 3, 9, 1, 6, 10 Duck End and 3 Woody Green. A statement has been submitted separately by Town End Duck End. We are against this planning application and believe it should be refused because of the following. The development is out of character for the area and is unsympathetic to the 6 listed heritage assets, 3, 5, 7, the water pump, 9 and 8 Duck End, which are all in close proximity of 2 Duck End. The development fails to sustain or enhance the local area. The development materially detracts from listed assets and may affect the economic viability of these, resulting in a lack of ongoing conservation. The natural light to number 3 and number 5 Duck End is reduced by the development, specifically the increased ridge height, large full width rear dormer and the outbuilding. The outbuilding constructed on the boundary of 3 and 5 Duck End is 2.8 metres tall, and the light to the ground floor and gardens to these properties has been severely impacted. The structures built on the property total more than 47.6% of the site. The site plan submitted as part of the planning application is incorrect and does not reflect the actual property boundaries. Therefore, the construction is closer to 57% of the site based on the figures they have provided in their application. Loss of privacy to 3, 5, 9 and Town End Duck End. The large full-width rear dormer has views into these properties and their gardens. The owners have also introduced CCTV at the front and rear of the property, and from the type and direction of the cameras, they are filming the public highway and private property. No notification has been received by any neighbour about this. The installation of security lighting has illuminated the whole area around the building, side, front, rear, polluting the night sky with artificial light. Other items stated on the application information by the owner's agent that do not reflect what has actually happened include alterations to car parking. There were 3 spaces, now there is 1. All of the trees have been removed on the property. The public highway has been altered at the entrance, and the roof pitch has been altered as the ridge height has been raised. In addition to the 3 trees removed in the back garden, the protected hedge at the front of the property has been damaged. There is now no natural vegetation at the rear of the property. The lack of vegetation will increase the already at-risk area of flooding. There is no information in the planning application as to how the additional surface water will be disposed of. When the construction took place, it was observed that the rear provision for surface water disposal was connected to the main drainage system. This has now been hanging over all concerned for over a year now, and we would like to see that the effect of this development on the local area, listed buildings and us, the residents, is taken into consideration when planning is determined. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you wouldn't mind staying seated for a second in case there are any questions of clarification on your comments there. Members, do we have any questions of clarity for Mrs. Atkinson? Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much for that. There's a lot of information that you've just given us. You mentioned security, lighting and recording. Can you explain a bit about the lighting?
So they've got, like LED lighting, security lighting, but it's dusk till dawn lighting. So as soon as it gets dark, it's on and it's bright. It's like an illuminated public building. It's absolutely, you can't distract from it, and you can see it from every property that's around a circle of it. So yeah, the sky's lit. What a waste of energy.
Okay, thanks for that. Did you mention protected hedge? There wasn't a TPO on the tree though?
I don't know how protected hedge works, but the hedge that's at the front of the property historically has been protected because it has birds nesting, etc. And it's been the previous planning application in 2007 that's actually listed in there that is a requirement, that they're not allowed to damage it. So I assume that unless anything's changed, that's the same.
Right. And one last one. When the works were going on, it wasn't with planning permission, presumably?
There wasn't any planning permission sought until they were forced to do it by the enforcement officer. Everybody in the street contacted the planning department to inform them of what's going on, and they lied a lot to the people around it. Yeah. So we were told they were building something, but they were building something else.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Fane, please.
Thank you for that. I suspect our main focus today may be the extension, what has been referred to perhaps wrongly as a dormer. But there was also, you mentioned the outbuilding, 2.8 metres tall.
Yeah.
The wall of which I think is immediately behind your house and that number 3. Can you just describe, sorry, forgive me, what height that was previously and how close that is to your property and that number 3?
Well, so it borders on 3 and 5 because it kind of goes like that. All the boundaries in Duck End are a little bit weird because it's old, but so it borders both of those. Originally, I'm only 5'2", but I can't see over the wall, but I'd say it's about 6 foot, do you think? The old wall in my back garden. About 6 foot, whatever that is in metric. Yeah. So yeah, it's nearly, yeah. So it's completely different.
Okay. Yes, thank you. And Councillor Hawkins, please. Oh, sorry. No, sorry, she was giving us the metric. But
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Members, any final questions for Mrs. Atkinson? No, I don't think so. So, again, thank you very much for taking the time to come in and speak to us. We will move on now to our next public speaker, who is Mr. Gerald Hornsby-Adoy, who is speaking on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Hornsby-Adoy, are you with us?
Yes, this is Gerald Hornsby-Adoy. Just checking to see you can hear me.
We can hear you, we can't see you though. I don't know if you have a camera facility?
Well, there seemed to be a problem when I turned it on, so I think it was turned off from your end.
Okay, no problem. Well,
okay, it's
there
on,
you go. We
yeah.
can see and hear you
Okay.
fine now. That's great.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, thank you. I've got 3 main points that I want to bring to the committee members. And the first point is the planning advice. Because at the start of the project, we consulted with Greater Cambridge Council through a planning advice meeting. The meeting was actually held on the 25th of November, 2020. The reference is 251120. The planning officer was Miss J. Rodins, and the meeting was held over the telephone due to the pandemic. I'm just hoping that you would have a recording of the details of that meeting. But what I'm going to bring out are the summary of the advice that was received, because we discussed all our proposals at the meeting and basically how we were going to achieve them. And the brief summary is that number 1, all the proposals that met permitted development rights could be completed first. That was the first advice, that we were looking to get a certain amount of information, development. Some was under permitted development, some was not. So the advice was ones that are permitted development can be built. Then the second advice was any other proposal that did not meet permitted development obviously had to be applied for through a householder planning application. It was also discussed at the meeting that when the permitted development construction was roughly about 80 to 90%, then the application should go in. So by the time it's kind of looked at, preferably the permitted development construction would have been completed. Then my second point is the construction stage. Based on that advice, construction began in August, around about August 2020. Unfortunately, some works that were not under permitted development were actually undertaken. So, but under Section 73A of the Town and Country Planning Act, you're allowed to put in a retrospective application. So a retrospective application was submitted on the 29th of 21, and it was actually validated on the same day. But it's also necessary to point out that we are looking at 2 aspects of this application. There's the application that is permitted development. Then there's the works that are not permitted development. So in our view, the application that the committee should be looking at today is the works that are not permitted development. So it's important that we are able to draw a line. And I am prepared that if there's any work that the council can show that it's outside permitted development, then yes, that will have to be dealt with under maybe your enforcement route. But as far as this planning committee is concerned and the application, our position on it is that it's the work that is not under permitted development that the committee should be looking at. Our initial application had these works as the roof extension over the garage and associated rear dormer and the 3 new front dormers. Obviously, if there's anything else that can be pointed out that is not permitted development, we don't have any problem with that being dealt with by the committee. Then the final point I want to make is that post-application, the application was originally to be determined on the 24th of December 2021. It's now been over 7 months. So we've been going back and forth with the planning officer, who I must say, from his presentation, I've dealt with him, and I believe he's a fantastic officer. I've dealt with a lot of planning officers, and he's fantastic. But what I want to say about this is that during the communication we had, I'm just going to read out an email received from him in May of 2022. Now, the email stated, "We are satisfied that the alterations to the roof are at least partially covered under permitted development rights, under development rights, sorry. I am progressing towards approving the application, though a councillor has called the application in." So from my point of view, after 5 months of dealing with the application, obviously Mr. Marketeer did not sadly write that email without having looked at all the requirements of the application. So we are now absolutely astounded that the planning department has done a full 180-degree turn and now will not support the scheme. So we can only conclude that there has been some sort of pressure behind the scenes, and which would have led to the sudden turnaround by the department. So I can only hope that the kind of vitriol and the stuff that we've had to deal with on site, we've had abuse, we've had all sorts of threats, even being told that they have people in the council and they'll make sure that this application is refused. I can only hope that it's nothing to do with the applicant's ethnicity or the applicant being perceived as an outsider or a foreigner. But I'll have to leave the committee and the council to make a decision according to how they see it should go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments there. I'm sure there'll be some questions for yourself, so if you wouldn't mind staying on the line, that will be that'll be helpful. We have one question straight away from Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. On behalf of the Council, I take objection to the last part of your statement. There's nothing to do with ethnicity, it's all about policy. And I will ask you one question. Why did you carry out work that was not in the permitted development? Why?
Sorry, again?
Why did you carry out works that were not permitted?
Well, that, as I stated, it did happen. I'm not going to deny it.
So you're at fault from the get-go.
Well, there is a requirement. There is a planning policy that allows you to put in a retrospective application. Obviously, if work is done outside the planning process, it is at the owner's risk. So we are not denying that it was done. It was done at risk.
You have taken the risk.
And also, I haven't finished. Also, what I said was, I hope that is not the case. I didn't say that there's any
You shouldn't even have brought it up. You should not have brought that up. Please take it back.
Let me explain why it was.
No, take it back, please.
Well, I am not taking it back because I said I hope that is not the case. We have had abuse on site my client has been abused racially. My client has received that sort of abuse on site.
Did you report it?
Well, I am not the client. I can check with the client if it was reported.
Okay.
But like
We
I
deal
said,
with policy, okay? We
yes,
deal with
I'm
policy.
fully aware of that.
And as a minority ethnic myself, I'm telling you that now.
I'm not disputing what you said, but I'm looking at what has gone in the past, and I've made that statement that I hope that is not the case. If you're telling me it's not the case, then that's it.
Okay, well, I think you've answered the question there. Members, do you have any questions around the applicant's presentation there, or any questions for them regarding the application? No, I don't see any. So, Mr. Hornsby-Adoy, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us this afternoon. We are going to move on now to our next public speaker, who is Chair of the Parish Council, Councillor Douglas de Lacy. Probably worth putting out probably a blanket interest for all members who have sat on South Cambs District Council with Councillor de Lacy in the past, who only this May retired, I suppose, from sitting on this council. But Councillor de Lacy, good to see you again, and I'm assuming you have the permission of your parish council to represent their views here this afternoon?
I do, Chairman.
Good, thank you very much. Well, I know you're very familiar with the criteria regarding public speaking, so 3 minutes to give us your thoughts, and then at the end there may be some questions for yourself, so if you could remain seated.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you, may I say. I hate to admit it, members, but Girton is not a beautiful village. It isn't chocolate boxy. We have one indifferent Victorian villa, which is likely to be demolished on appeal, I fear, and some awful 60s housing. But we do have Duck End and Woody Green, together with 5 listed buildings and a listed pump. It's a delightful and unique corner of Girton, until now. Number 2 now dominates the street, as you have heard, with raw and brutal modernism. The parish council was unanimous, as I'm sure you would have been, to condemn the plans on the grounds of their effect on this architectural jewel in Girton's crown. So I ask you, committee, to reject this application, and given the potential lasting damage, please instruct enforcement that this building must be restored to its original level to restore our wonderful architectural gem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Very brief. I appreciate that. Members, do you have any questions of clarity for the Chair of the Parish Council there? Obviously, we do have fuller comments in the report from the parish, but if we have the opportunity whilst Councillor de Lacy is in front of us. Councillor Fain.
Thank you, Councillor de Lacy. Just one point. The Parish Council asked for this to be restored to its original condition. Did the Parish Council accept that a significant proportion of the works undertaken would be covered by permitted development?
The Parish Council made no comment on that, and trying to cast my mind back to the discussion, I don't think any member brought it up. Clearly, permitted development is permitted unless you can find grounds to stop it. The main concern clearly is with the roof line and with the development, which is not permitted.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Sorry, Councillor Ellington, please.
I just wondered if any member of the Parish Council had identified that the building was growing faster than they had anticipated and contacted South Cambs to make inquiries as to why this was happening.
Thank you, Councillor Ellington. I'm not sure I can answer that question. We were certainly aware that it was happening and there was no planning application in the pipeline. I am reasonably sure that we did comment on that. I don't know whether Mr. Kelly can confirm or deny that anything came through from the Parish Council, I'm afraid I can't comment.
I think in the officer's introduction, he did mention that the planning enforcement team were looking at it, but then I think the outcome was they were going to let this retrospective planning application run its course, and then any enforcement that may or may not need to happen would follow. I think that's a fair assessment, Stephen.
Yeah, we were made aware of the unauthorised works proceeding, and we first attended the site on the 15th of October. Tony Wallace, our enforcement officer. It's not our practice to divulge the source of a complaint because those matters are kept confidential, but our first contact with the applicants through Mr. Wallace was on the 15th of October 2021.
Can I follow up on that and just ask whether consideration was given to putting a stop notice on this development, given that there was no application?
So the advice from the officer, from the enforcement officer to the applicants on that date was that work should stop. But the applicants had indicated that they decided to continue at their own risk and they understood the consequences if a planning application is not submitted. Obviously, there is discretion for the local planning authority to serve a stop notice. Associated with that is an enforcement notice. I think the expectation was that the applicant would submit an application to allow the authority to determine whether there was harm, and that is what has happened. I think in this case that's probably the right course, because at that moment in time there was no public consultation through merely visiting the site, because we had advised that obviously works were continuing at their own risk and the applicant seemed to be familiar with that level of risk, we clearly took a view that we were unimpeded in terms of any subsequent decision that the committee or indeed officers might make, and the applicant was fully aware of the consequences or potential consequences of the action, and so we invited. I think an application was submitted. I think the agent said at the end of the year.
Thank you very much. Councillor De Lacy, I think that's all the questions for you. So thank you once again for taking the time to come in and speak to us. And with that, we will move on to our final two speakers, who are the two local members. We have Councillor Corinne Garvey, who's with us in the room. Councillor Garvey, if you'd like to come forward, sit at the microphone, where Douglas just was, Corinne. No, you're used to being further forward than that. But, so, whilst Jonathan gets you set up, I'll just remind you it's 3 minutes or as close to as possible to give your comments to the committee. And if you can stay seated at the end in case there's any questions of clarity on anything you might present to us. So please, whenever you're ready.
Yes, I'm the district councillor for Girton Village, and people are drawn to live in Girton because of its village atmosphere and friendly community. The delightfully named Duck End has listed buildings and has been preserved as a piece of old Girton that's both charming and an central part of the village. You will have heard the details of the objections to this development, so I'll not repeat them. I became involved early on because of the alarm of the residents about this uncontrolled development of the bungalow. We were dismayed that it was developed without planning permission, and work continued even after the planning department had become involved. In summary, this building was originally a bungalow and is now, with its dormer windows, like a two-storey house, and it's out of keeping with the whole area. We would like to see this building redeveloped so that it properly fits into the historical perspective of this area of Girton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Garvey. Members, do we have any questions of clarity for the local member? No, I don't see any, so Councillor Garvey, thank you very much. Second local member is Councillor Stobart, who's on the committee today, albeit you aren't taking any part in this particular item, discussion or vote. So, Councillor Stobart, if you want to give your views as local member, you can stay where you are, that's fine.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to start by endorsing the views of Councillor De Lacey and Councillor Garvey. I fully agree with the position and the assessment. I go a little bit deeper. I think, being new as a councillor to Girton, my trip down to Duck End was a big surprise because this is a little corner of Girton. I think every village, even though it has to be modern and connected and dynamic, has a little corner that creates a sense of place, and that's particularly valuable, and is to do with the continuity of the community and sense of place. So it was sad to see this kind of imposition on what is actually quite a delicately balanced area of Girton. And you do notice, and the first thing that hits you as you look around is that big rear dormer, for want of a better term. So my view would be that that is the case in point. I think the Office of the Planning Officer has outlined that or highlighted that. Yeah, with that, that's my opinion. I think that is the nub. And I think to recover the sense of character in the conservation area is really what we should be concerned about.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Stobart. Any questions of clarity for the second local member? No, I think that's all clear. So thank you very much for your views there. Members, those are all the public speakers, so we're going to move into the debate. So as usual, we can ask the officers any further questions of clarity that's going to help us make our minds up, but we do need to come to a decision on this, please. So members, who would like to start us off? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to sort of thank the case officer for the extensive report, which actually is quite clear. And also for the additional information which we had, which is that enforcement did visit the site, the applicants were told to stop doing the work, and they decided to carry on anyway at their own risk. If we look at page 195 on paragraph 915, this is particularly to do with the rear dormer, which is obviously the part of it that, according to information we have here, is the bit that is causing the difficulty. Permitted development allows roof space of up to 50 cubic meters, and what is built there now is more than that, 67.8 cubic meters. And that's just that dormer. The roof space above the garage will add to that. We don't know what that is, it's not been told, but we can see that there's a lot there. And in my view, I mean, obviously, extending beyond the garage and that bit, okay, falls within permitted development rights. But I am disappointed that so much was done taking a risk in developing that building in that delicate historic location without the proper permission to do it. It's obviously not the right thing for that site. And in my view, I'm afraid there's no way I can support what's already been, what's been put up there now. It does need to conform, and at this point in time, it doesn't. So I'm voting to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Kelly wants to come back on a point. I think he missed out at the beginning.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I wasn't sure whether the applicant's representative was going to mention it. In correspondence with the applicants over the last few days, we have had a request for the Planning Committee to defer consideration of the item on the basis that the applicants wish to discuss the matter further with the Planning Authority. Our advice on that is that given the works are complete and effectively need a determination, and our conclusions are that the works are unacceptable and require substantial modifications, isn't a question of minor works, that's not something that we would recommend to you. There's a process that follows in the event that permission is not granted using the relevant legislation. But we did undertake to share their request with you and agreed to put that to the committee. You know, my advice to you is that I'm not sure that deferring consideration of a completed development leads to a substantially would lead to resolution of matters of maybe on matters of detail, but actually in this case the form of development, as I said, is complete and in officers' view, based on the reasons for refusal, requires more than incidental modification in order to render it acceptable. But it's a matter for you, and we will take your instruction.
Sure. Sorry, Councillor Hanley, did you want to speak about the potential deferral, or that's been? No, it was yours, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Hawkins, then, please. I'll come back to you, Bill.
Thank you, Chair. I quite agree in that, you know, the work has been done, it's been built, it's already causing the harm, you know, effectively. And any deferral would mean what? That the process just carries on longer. I'm not sure what else can be said or can be discussed. I think we need to determine this today. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. That I equally share that view. I mean, I think as Mr. Kelly's pointed out, it doesn't serve any purpose, in my view, to defer. Members, in all interest of fairness, though, I will ask: does anyone have an opposite view to that? Does anyone think we should be considering a deferral, or are members generally happy we proceed with the decision today? Okay, I'll take that as no to the deferral, so we will carry on. Councillor Handley, sorry, I cut you off there.
That's quite all right, Chair. We're looking at this, it's either acceptable or it's not. We're not saying these bits are, that bit is, that isn't. So it's yes or no, isn't it? And I'm absolutely clear in my mind which way I'm going to go, and that is that this is not acceptable. I fully support the officer's recommendation. I'd go further and say, look, you know, retrospective planning applications are something that causes everybody, every ward member, problems. And I think it's something we ought to be discussing quite separate to this.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Ellington, please.
I entirely support Bill Hanley's point of view. I would certainly not accept this application, but I do wonder how this council is going to encourage the applicant to remove those bits of the house that are unacceptable, because that is another game altogether.
Indeed, and clearly we're not here to discuss that. We're just here to decide whether this application is acceptable or not, but I do take your point on that. Members, does anyone else wish to put forward a view to the debate? Councillor Fain, please.
Chairman, I recognise this is complicated because some parts of the development were covered by permitted development. I think it's very important there should be a clear distinction. In some cases, dormer windows would be covered. This is not actually technically a dormer window. It's a box extension. I think we need to be very careful to recognise that applicants have a perfect right to submit retrospective applications if they want to. We shouldn't judge the merits of the application on the basis that it is retrospective. And clearly we as a council need to be very careful in insisting on the demolition of buildings that have cost the applicant a lot of money already. But as Councillor Hanley said earlier on, this is either right or wrong, effectively. I should say that in visiting the property, I did meet briefly with Mr. Atkinson, who showed me the backyard. I made it quite clear to Mr. Atkinson that I couldn't take a view on this until I'd heard the full case. I think the report at page 197, paragraph 9.3, when viewed from the public realm on Dock End, the impact of the roof extension on the setting of the listed building is considered harmful. I think it would be very difficult to visit the back, very small gardens of these listed buildings without accepting that both the box extension and indeed the raised wall directly on their boundary to 2.85 metres doesn't have a significant impact on the listed buildings. And on those grounds, I would share Councillor Handley's view, and I suspect others. I find it very difficult to say that we should not refuse this application.
Thank you very much. Members, we've heard a few comments now which supporting the officer's recommendation of refusal. Would anyone like to give an alternate view? Does anyone think the application should be approved? Would anyone else like to add anything to the debate then before we come to a decision on this? Any further points that haven't already been made? Councillor Hawkins?
I think this really is an example and a lesson in, I guess, for us and for applicants. Really, we need to do things in the right way. You know, we're looking at policies. What's been built is bigger than what permitted development will allow. It's causing harm in a in a historic area. And frankly, the reasons given in 9.6, 7 and 8 cannot be, is absolutely right. And the amenity of, neighbours is being seriously affected. So on those three grounds, I think we can very correctly refuse this application.
Okay, well, members, clearly we have a recommendation in front of us from the officers. That's on page 201, and the recommendation we have is to refuse the application for the 3 reasons as laid out. Members, I haven't heard anyone speak to the contrary of that. Do any members wish to either vote to approve this or wish to abstain on this decision? I see no hands, so can we take it by affirmation that the officer's recommendation of refusal for those 3 reasons as laid out in the agenda to be the committee's view? Agreed? Just for completeness, does anyone not agree? Councillor Handley?
Just being belt and braces here, this is going to be considerably a difficult thing for officers to work on. Do you think it might not be an idea to have a vote on it? Just a question, rather than going by affirmation.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm willing to be shot
I
down.
was trying to save Jonathan a job, but unlucky Jonathan, you're going to have to do an electronic vote on this. So, members, okay, I need to word this carefully. So, the officer's recommendation, members, is to refuse the application. So, what we need to do, we need to vote whether we accept that recommendation or not. So, confusingly, we need to vote green if we agree with the recommendation of refusal, red if we're against the recommendation of refusal and think it should be approved, or yellow to abstain. So is that clear? Okay, please, everyone vote. And of course, Councillor Stobart isn't taking part in this vote. Okay. Yes, please, Jonathan, if you could. Okay, so for those that can't see in the room, that is 8 votes in total, all in favour of refusal, so that application is unanimously refused. Okay, so again, thank you to all our contributors, to the officers, and obviously those in the room who have contributed to this. Thank you very much for your time and your patience. Members, we have It's 3:30. We have one more application on the table. Do we wish to have a break? Okay, I'm seeing a yes. So we'll take a very quick 10-minute break. It's 3:30. If we come back at 20 to 4 on the clock in the room, we'll start again and hopefully complete the agenda. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and welcome back everyone to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council's Planning Committee. We're on the last planning application of the day, agenda item 11. The application in front of us begins on page 203 of our agendas, and the application is at 34 Hereward Close, Impington. The proposal is for a single-storey rear and side extension, porch to the front, loft extension and a roof extension to the rear, with associated internal works. The applicant is Mr. Daniel Ashman, and the reason we have this before us today is because the applicant is related to a member of the District Council, so it has to come to us as a matter of process. The presenting officer, as we can see on the screen, is Jane Rodens. Hi, Jane.
Brilliant. So thank you, Chair. Can I just confirm that you can see my screen?
We can see you.
Okay, bear with me a second.
Okay. And yes, we can see the screen now, so yeah, please, whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Brilliant. So thank you, Chair. This application is for a single-storey rear, side extension and porch to the front. There's also a loft extension with a roof extension to the rear and other internal layout changes at 34 Hereward Close in Impington. So this is a location plan. The site is located in Impington and exit off Hereward Close. The proposal contains a semi-detached dwelling. It's 2 storeys. That is attached to number 36 Hereward Close, which is to the east of the site. To the west of the site is number 32, and to the south of the site are the rear gardens of 22 and 24 Bishop's Way. Here you can see the block plan with the proposals and the extent of the porch to the front, the rear side extension to the back, and the dormer window to the roof. Here are the existing elevations and the proposed elevations. And then the existing and proposed floor plans. And then here are some photos of the site, to the front of the site. This is to the rear. This is looking along the street scene towards number 32. And this is at the back looking towards number 32. So the recommendation is for approval subject to conditions which are in part and informatives which in part 11 of the report in front of you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, very concise. Members, do you have any questions of clarification? Oh, actually, saying that, we've got no public speakers, so we can launch straight into the debate if we need to have any. Does any members wish to make any points on this or ask officers any questions? No? Can we... Oh, Councillor Fain.
Yes, if I might just ask, I was perhaps a bit slow to, when you put up the location plan, to see whether other houses in the street had similar extensions. And I also just wanted to ask you briefly about the proposed cladding, which perhaps should be clear to me from the report. The current cladding is very distinctive, and I just wondered what the proposal is.
So through yourselves, Chair, here's the location plan. Number 32 that I put up on the pictures is this one here, has a similar dormer window to that one proposed. And
I think Jane, 10.8 in our reports indicates that the material of the extension should be the same as the existing building. Is that right?
Yes, it will be for the rear extension, and then the dormer window is a metal cladding instead of the wood, as proposed for the rest of it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Members, Councillor Hawkins.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. It's just paragraph 10.13, which talks about a marginal impact when the 45 degrees is taken from the rear of the property. Can you clarify what that is, please?
Yes, I can. Let me just, I'll just pop up this proposed site plan. It'd be best to show from that. Is that shared again?
Yes, it is.
Okay, So the 45-degree is taken from the rear of the neighbouring property, going horizontally towards the corner of the proposal, and it would be very marginally cut off from the rear windows along the back of the neighbouring property. So that's a rule of thumb, so to speak, from to seeing if there'd be any impact on light. As you can see from the location plan, the neighbouring property is set to the southeast. So because of the very marginally corner of the extension that we cut off, but due to the location, it's considered by that it be a minimal impact.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any final points or questions? No, I can't see any. Members, does anyone inclined to vote against this application or abstain? No. Can I take it by affirmation that we approve it, as on page 209? Agreed. Agreed. Okay, so that is unanimously agreed and approved. Thank you very much. Okay, members, that comes to the end of the planning applications we've been asked to make decisions on. We're now on to agenda item 12, which is an update on enforcement cases. And I believe we have an enforcement officer with us. Who is it? John Shuttlewood. John.
Yes, can you see my screen, Chair?
Hi, John. Yes, we can see and hear you fine. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for inviting me. It's lovely to come and speak to enforcement and eulogise about it whenever possible. So I really appreciate your time. I'll try and keep it to as close to 3 minutes as possible. So anyone who doesn't know me, my name is John Shuttlewood. I am a remaining Principal Planning Enforcement Officer here across the shared service. I normally work in the city, but since Will Holloway has left, I'm stepping in and picking up his caseload as best as I can in the 2 days that I work in enforcement. So I'll run through the summary of the reports very quickly on page 211. 1st of August, there's 138 open investigations in South Cambs, compared with 172 the previous year. In the month of July, the team opened 6 or 8 cases, but managed to close 42. And then we go on to a list of the people operating in the team. Unfortunately, it's sad to report that our planning compliance officer within South Cambs, Charlie Jones, has left last week. He was a contractor, and so we've got the option to either replace someone again for 3 to 6 months contract, and whilst also looking to get that filled, hopefully by a permanent member of staff, if possible. Ideally, I think the team would like to go towards a permanent member of staff for the benefits of mid and long-term continuity within the team. So it's remaining that there are still 3 senior area officers covering South Cambs in the city, along with myself. Just looking at the figures for months in June and July, I think those numbers have dropped in terms of cases closed and opens simply due to the bit of a change in processes we've been undertaking since Will has left, and also some of our team members have been on leave and will be on leave as well until the end of September. Okay. We are introducing new ways of workings with regards to alleged breaches of planning control being reported online, as well as the introduction of a real-time updated enforcement register being made available. What I would like to do is just indulge me with a second. If I share my screen, if I can, and bring you up what is the new, you have to tell me, Chair, if this is appearing on the screens in Camborne.
Yeah, we can see it.
Fantastic. So this is the brand new planning compliance website. I'd implore all members, be it committee members and parish councillors, and also residents as well, to take a look at this. There's a lot of good information here about planning compliance, what enforcement breaches are, what we do at a team, what isn't a breach, the whole process regarding planning enforcement. There's also a handy little video that is worth playing as well on that as well. And there's lots of links there to basically we signpost and try and direct people to try and work out for themselves whether it might be a breach of planning control for the team to look at, or whether actually, to actually save their time, it might be something to do with another service that the council offers, such as noise control, or it might be do with something to do with building control or highways or it might be a civil matter. So we're basically trying to give people, you know, pointers to basically try and work out what the actual problem is and to report it to the correct people. At the bottom of the page, there is also a link to our new online inquiry form. So at the moment, we receive complaints through a variety of means, be it email, through our email address, or through telephone calls to the contact centre or directly to ourselves. In the future, we are trying to get as many of all inquiries to be submitted through the inquiry form, simply so it basically helps us deal with the matters quickly and more efficiently. I'll just stop sharing the screen, so hopefully I'll come back to the Hall of Camborne. So with just regards to updates on significant cases, now, unlike Will, I don't believe that it's proper and correct to give specific details into ongoing prosecution cases. However, I am happy to talk to members directly regarding any particular concerns they have. However, I am quite happy to tell you that we have got an experienced enforcement officer in the guise of Neil Langley dealing with Smithy Fen. Following on from the report conducted by Ivy Legal, I can tell you that Neil has already got boots on the ground out on Smithy Fen site. He's already in contact with some of the occupiers on there trying to clear up initially some of the untidy land and some of the people who might not be living on site. We basically want to give you an update as well for recruitment, just to let you know that an advert has gone out for a principal enforcement lead officer. That is now being advertised. There's a deadline of 30th August. We are hopeful that we will get applicants coming through for that post, even though there is a national shortage of permanent experienced enforcement officers around England, Wales and Scotland. However, we are hopeful to get people taking an interest in what we do at South Cambs and the city. And just to also touch on very quickly, the Appendix 2 public enforcement notices served. For July, we had a temporary stop notice and a breach of condition notice served in Cottenham. According to our case notes, it says that the notices have been complied with. So I'll leave it there. I'm happy to take any questions that members or yourself may have, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. I think historically what we've done is we've taken this opportunity to ask the enforcement officer some detail of any currently ongoing, or if there's any updates to any currently ongoing cases. I mean, are you happy to take those types of questions if you feel able to answer?
Well, I'm happy to basically listen to the questions and then to make a note of them and come back at a later date, if I may, with responses. Would that be acceptable today?
Well, if that's what you're offering, that's what we have to take, I'm afraid. But I think we do have a few questions following that. So, Councillor Handley.
John, thank you for your update, and I really do wish you all the best at getting your staffing numbers, your posts filled, because compliance and enforcement is really important to residents. They feel protected if, you know, action is carried out where it's due and in a timely way. So good luck. I hope you find some good candidates. Can I just ask you a question about the website that you've just demonstrated? How new is that? Is it a pretty new site?
It's Councillor Handy, thank you very much for your question and your best wishes. I'll totally agree with you. We experience also that residents think it's really important that there's effective enforcement in the district council. For the moment, anyway, simply the website details, they went live a week ago.
Right.
So this is hot off the press. You're probably seeing it before anyone else. We probably need to do a bit of communication around it to get it out into the.
I was going to suggest, have you spoken to Tom Horn? Because I think it's the sort of thing we should shout about. Yeah. And, you know, I understand it's only a week old, so that's probably on your tick list of things to do. But, you know, I would certainly support it. And also, if you could put something out on social media, I think members will, you know, raise the profile of those social media posts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Councillor Hawkins has a question for you as well.
Hello, John. Nice to see you. It's been a while. Don't know what's going on with my. Okay, it's back. Just on the Smithy Fen thing, I noticed that there was a meeting held on the 25th of February to agree the approach on how we're going to issue all those notices. What has been the progress then? And when do we expect to be able to do that?
John, shall I answer that?
Okay. And before you do that, and just the second thing is just to answer Councillor Handley. Yes, we've already got stuff out on social media about the new compliance webpage and the video. So just if you go on the South Cams Facebook and Twitter accounts, you'll see it. Thank you.
So and John might update me if he's got anything more, because I haven't spoken to Neil Langley, but Will Holloway, our previous enforcement officer, was dealing with Smithy Fen, as it said in the report. We've subsequently, Neil Langley, who's joined the Shared Planning Service as a contract officer, nevertheless has got quite a substantial amount of experience nationally with working with the Gypsy Traveller Romany community in terms of development. And as John's highlighted, he has been on site to meet with representatives of the community. The actual number of occupiers at Smithy Fen at the moment is actually quite limited. So we are, Neil's first task was both liaising with Ivy Legal, who've giving us specialist legal advice on it, but secondly, to go on site and reassess the situation based upon the current circumstances and to then set out to me, effectively, but to the council, the way forward from the conversations that he's had. There are a number of lawful occupations on Smithy Fen, absolutely, with law-abiding members of the community. Neil was going on site to assess that for himself and come back to me. So I do expect a further more, because the report in some respects on page 213 has been taken over by Neil's visit, I suspect. We'll bring a further report back to you next month with progress. John, I don't know whether Neil's got anything further that he's added to you, but certainly I've been away for a couple of days. He has been on site, I believe, now.
No, that's correct. I think that's about as up-to-date appraisal of the situation we can give at the moment. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you both for that. Members, any final questions for John on any enforcement issues? No, I think that's it. So, John, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate your items tends to be at the back of the agenda, so thank you very much for hanging on. We appreciate it and look forward to seeing you at future meetings.
Thank you, Chair.
Take care. Okay, members, item 13. So we have an update on an appeal at the land to the north and south of Bartlow Road, Linton. This was an application that was decided at committee, so I think we're going to get an update from Mr. Kelly Mr. Sexton. Sorry, Michael, you've been sitting very quietly at the end there. I've forgot you were here. So over to Michael, who's going to give us a verbal update on this appeal.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was a case officer for this application. It was presented to the committee in September 2021 and refused, and has been taken to appeal. So because it's a committee decision, it's very much just for your information about how that is progressing. It was down as a written reps procedure, but following a request from Linton Parish Council, the planning inspector changed the procedure to a hearing. But as set out in the report, the council doesn't have an expert witness on this matter, so a council officer will attend the hearing to assist in the process, but will not be in a position to offer any evidence in defence of the appeal. If it helps assure members, I have a meeting scheduled with Linton Parish Council later in August just to talk to them about the process moving forwards, but it's just for your information that this appeal is ongoing and it has been changed to a hearing, which we will attend, but we won't be presenting evidence. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Thank you for that, members. Any questions on this? It's just a verbal update for information, but if any members have any questions, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Just a quick one for information. It says that council approached drainage consultants. How many did we approach, just out of interest?
So I thought that would get asked. I've checked and there are 6 emails that went out to drainage consultants. I received 5 responses saying that they weren't able to assist for various reasons. We obviously didn't think it was appropriate to disclose those details in the public domain, but we did reach out to several consultants, some of which we have approached previously for appeals and input into applications.
It's just a question from me then, as a matter of process, presumably as the committee essentially refused that application on the predominantly the parish council's information, it would just be left to the parish council then to essentially defend that decision. Is that correct?
We obviously put forward a written statement as part of written reps appeal that was very much sort of factually based on the reason the original condition was there and why the committee chose to refuse the application. Yes, the Linton Parish Council, I'm assuming, because they've requested the hearing, will be attending that and offering evidence on their part. As I say, I've got a meeting with the parish at the end of August, so I will continue to engage and support the parish as far as I can in that regard.
Stephen?
I think it's important to acknowledge, however, a council is still liable for its decision. And so when it goes to matters of costs, which may well form part of the discussion at the hearing, it's this council's decision, not the parish council's decision, that will go to the heart of whether the council's acted reasonably. And so, you know, there's an element of reflection that's required. In fact, the JDDC committee we've tried to also give some advice to, because regardless of what third parties promote, and they may well convince you of the reasons for refusal, in circumstances where a planning appeal follows, you are the planning authority. And so the judgment on whether the decision and the appeal is reasonable falls to the inspector to consider the planning authority's position. Now, in exceptional circumstances, third parties can be the subject of cost applications, but it's pretty unusual for that to happen. The importance, I suppose, going forwards is for us to think through how we can work more effectively together in such circumstances to make sure that we do not create a risk of costs, particularly around technical matters. Whereas, as Michael said, you know, we've approached a number of technical specialists and they've declined to represent the council on the application or on the decision that you made.
Okay, just on that point then, obviously when we are making decisions, one element that we are told we shouldn't take into account is potentially losing an appeal and i.e. costs against the council. So yeah, take on board what you're saying, but as a committee we're told to make planning decisions as opposed to, you know, decisions that we think may or could cause the council to incur costs as an appeal. So I think, yeah, it's a difficult one.
That's absolutely right. But the guidance and the practice guidance around costs does require particular caution when it comes to matters of technical judgment, because in such circumstances where you're essentially setting aside the technical advice that you have received from, in this case it was Anglian Water, and forming your own view, you're obliged to provide technical advice or a technical reason for setting aside the advice of a technical specialist in your planning judgment. That's why we try to go to consultants, specialist drainage consultants, but you are obliged to provide that reasoning on the technical reasons why you have set aside, especially from statutory consultees, the technical advice of the consultee. And that's whether it's a highway authority matter or it's a technical compliance matter. When it comes to matter, and so my advice to you always should be one of caution in such circumstances, and quite possibly where in future, and upon reflection of some of these matters, where there is a concern about the technical soundness of the advice that causes you to set aside what you're being told, it might be sensible to think about deferring items rather than refusing them in the first draft to allow us to provide either further specialist technical advice or give some considered technical advice to you. On matters of judgment, and the courts give a very broad range around some of the considerations around amenity in terms of design and so on, then clearly there are no technical specifications that underpin that. There's various SPD guidance and so on, but the requirement is clear on a planning authority that where it rejects an application on the basis of a technical matter, then it is required to provide the technical reasons for doing so. And in circumstances where some of those technical consultees are your consultees, then clearly you're entitled to set their advice aside. But in an appeal circumstance, you are required to demonstrate the technical basis for doing so.
Thank you, I think that's helpful. I've got Richard, and then I'll take Councillor Hawkins, and then Councillor Hanley.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Just a few points following on from that. I made the point when we used to have the group that was meeting in response to the report we had. I forget who did the report. One point I made in that about how we can improve the process in committee is for reports to make very clear where we have discretion and where we don't. Now, I think we've made some progress on that because reports do flag up material considerations, but there is a risk, I think, of frustration all round. If something comes to committee, and if it comes to committee, it certainly appears to the public, and I think reasonably appears to the committee members that we have a choice to make. But if it's a very technical matter, and we don't really have a choice to make, then I would query actually whether it should be here at all. But certainly if it is here, it should be made very clear if there is any scope at all for the committee to disagree, because we can't commission technical advice. We get these reports 2 weeks before or 10 days before the committee meets. There's no way we can produce technical advice or technical reports. So it can look to the public and maybe committee members as well sometimes that we're really just being required to rubber stamp something. We really don't have a choice. And I think we really need to avoid situations where we are appearing to have a choice or appearing to present to the world that there's a choice to be made here when in actual fact there's no choice at all. I don't think that really gets anybody anywhere.
Through you, Chair, I think that's, we'll certainly take away and always try to reflect upon how we can assist the committee more. Obviously, in some respects, building on the point that Councillor Williams has raised, it's for that reason that most planning conditions dealing with technical matters don't in fact come in front of the planning committee, because you're not, as you rightly highlight, in the nature of a planning committee, your job is to kind of provide the public insight in terms of the balance and the various weightings. You're not expected by the courts to be technical experts on particular subjects. You're there to provide that oversight and balance. And obviously, in this case, I think the conditions were called into committee at the request of the parish council. Part of the difficulty that I can understand the committee faces is that these very technical assessments are not something that most members of a planning committee will be intimately familiar with. And you're not really expected to read all of the background information provided. What we can do is we have spoken to legal colleagues, but some of our advisors, the chambers that advise us on planning inquiries and so on, to get you some some further information on just the way that the courts deal with these types of matters to assist you. But at all times, I would always try and encourage you, if you have questions in advance of a meeting and there are technical matters, to contact the officers as soon as the agenda comes out, or as soon as possible if you can read it over the weekend, because we can try and get you the technical advice that you might wish to have in those circumstances. But it is for that very reason that most conditions related to noise assessments and so on generally are probably best dealt with by reference to technical advisors that you hold as a council, whether that's in environmental health or amongst your partners, rather than placing yourself as a committee in a situation where you don't always benefit from that. As for the major strategic sides, we have obviously sought to bring the lead local flood authority and highway people along to those meetings to give you that kind of technical advice. But obviously it isn't appropriate in all cases.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you for that. My question actually relates to the point that Mr. Kelly made about asking for deferral. I have noticed a number of times we have these applications come in and it's kind of like, on the borderline of the end of, extension of time. And we either decide or we don't. How do we deal with that?
I think if there's clarity about reason, I would say we need to advise you in certain circumstances, but with the costs of appeal, the cost is not a material planning consideration, and indeed the threat of fighting an appeal is not a planning consideration. But the council is obliged through planning guidance to behave reasonably. I think if there are technical matters that are a cause for concern, given the potential scenario of not being able to support the committee decision on the basis of a decision that's made, I think it's probably important for us to try and advise you on that before we enter that avenue, because of the public funds that then get expended in a rather fruitless activity. Now, obviously, that's not to say that in this case there's no merit to the argument. It's just that we're not able to provide a technical argument to underpin your reasons. So the parish council may well satisfy the inspector. So I'm not commenting on this appeal, but it is important to have regard to the requirements for reasonable behaviour, which requires technical reasons to determine technical matters. If you're entitled to rely upon the advice that you get, but if you depart from that advice, you're also required or obliged to provide a clear set of reasoning. Generally, if it's a technical matter, citing technical reasons for doing so. And in fact, that's a matter that the Joint Development Control Committee also received some advice on recently from the barrister, and I think I'm happy to share the advice that the barrister gave about the obligations on committees to behave reasonably. If it's helpful, I'll distill that out and circulate it.
Thank you, and Councillor Handley.
Thanks, Chair. I just wondered when you receive an appeal against a planning decision, you get some which are against decisions taken in delegated powers by officers and some by the planning committee. Do we automatically defend them, or do you say all of them, or do you say some are less defensible than others? But my main part of my question is that you also have appeals against enforcement action, where the decisions are taken by officers and not by any member. Do you always defend an appeal against enforcement action?
So we are you're the council and we're your officers.
Yeah.
So our job is to defend everything that every decision that you take. That's the starting point. In a case where we as officers effectively have reached a different conclusion our approach is to try and find others who can defend you on that. Because under the Professional Code of Conduct Royal Town Planning Institute, we are not, and many other professions, essentially you're obliged to be true to yourself in some respects in terms of your professional opinion. So you're not allowed to effectively become a hired gun and just go, well, actually, I said this at this stage, now I've decided I'm passionately in support of your reasons for refusal. Because in examination, the first question that the appellant is going to ask is, can you just tell the inspector you'll go through all of those, your professional qualifications and experience and so on, and they'll ask the witness to then explain what their professional view of the merits are to the inspector. And so you don't want us to do that because we'd have to say, well, we thought it was acceptable. So we all, in those circumstances, what Michael did in this case, having recommended the application, and the members overturned it, is he then went to planning consultants and drainage consultants to seek somebody to defend the appeal, and we always do that. We don't take these matters personally. We will always try and defend the decision of the council in the best way possible. But in circumstances where that's not possible, in this case, Michael put a statement into the appeal that explained the committee's decision, but we will now be called upon to participate in that appeal process and give our professional view, and that's problematical when our professional view was that the application should be supported. So, and on enforcement matters, absolutely, we will always defend the enforcement appeal, yes.
Okay. Thank you, and Councillor Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I suppose one of the things that's corrosive of advice from statutory consultees, I'm thinking particularly of Anglia Water and Cambridge Water, is their legal obligation always to say they have capacity to supply. So when they're asked that question and they say, yes, we have capacity, how are we supposed to take that response, given that they can't say otherwise?
Well, I think what you'll tend to find is that as a planning authority, you're obliged to have regards to that advice. If you can bring forward technical reasons why their advice is wrong. This appeal related to the connection point to a manhole. Anglian Water's advice was they had no objection to the connection. So it wasn't about the number of dwellings connecting or anything like that. It's about the location of a manhole that the foul drainage system connects to. And in those circumstances, we haven't been able to find a technical advisor who's prepared to essentially stand against Anglian Water's position. That doesn't mean that one doesn't exist. It just means that on that particular point, they haven't come forward to us to be prepared to do that. In other circumstances, just because the statutory undertaker advises of a position, again, you're not obliged to take it, and it's quite right, and indeed the parish council and local residents and communities often have very valid reasons associated with concerns. I'm conscious of a huge amount of time spent by the council in Linton on other matters in which the planning authority continued to persist in exploring matters of drainage and foul drainage long after Anglian Water had concluded that their initial response was it was acceptable. So, but I think it's important to have some understanding of the technical elements of it in order to be able to particularly make a final decision to refuse something, which is why my advice in certain circumstances, if you're not satisfied but you're uneasy with the advice that you're getting, might be to defer the item and seek to try and find further sources of advice.
Yes, could I just come back? I think that's very sensible advice. My point really was that this sort of wider legal background and the legal obligation does have the long-term effect of undermining trust in those two particular statutory consultees. So that was my point. Yeah.
Okay, I think we've all had our issues with Anglian Water's comments sometimes, so I think we'll leave that point there. But I think we've had a good discussion around technical conditions coming to committee and appeals resulting thereof. So I think we can probably move on from that particular item now. Final item on the agenda, item 14, page 223, we have an update on appeals against planning decisions and enforcement action. Again, I don't know if any officers are going to introduce this or we're just taking questions.
Can I suggest we just take questions? I
Sure.
can't, I'll be honest with you, Chair, I'm not familiar with every single one of these appeals if you've got a question,
Okay.
but happy to take anything away.
Yeah, okay, members, any particular questions around any specific appeals against planning decisions or enforcement action? No?
Only that I'm taking particular interest in the Wines Lane one. This was one of the reasons for my question about do we automatically defend appeals on enforcement action?
Okay, I think that's been answered. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. There was one I had a note thing, which says turned away. What does it mean for an application or an appeal to be turned away? It's page 226.
I can do that one, thank you, Chair. I was going to draw that one to members' attention because Councillor Williams raised it at the last committee meeting. Phil McIntosh, I think at the last meeting, mentioned that he had written to PINS questioning the validity of the appeal. The appeal was lodged after the time period that the applicant was allowed to appeal for non-determination. So PINS incorrectly registered it as appeal. They then noted the letter that Phil had sent and therefore turned the appeal away. So that application is now back with the local planning authority to determine.
Thank you. Any further questions on appeals? No, can't see any.
If I may, just to say,
Yep.
It's good to see that we're keeping in line with performance in terms of what appeals that are allowed and appeals that are refused.
Yes, indeed. I don't think we're near special measures quite yet. But no, if there's no further questions on that item, I believe that brings us to the end of the agenda. Our next meeting is at some point next month, which I don't have the date in front of me. It's normally in the agenda, but I'll quickly look it up now. So our next meeting is the 14th of September. So, yeah, members, if you can't make that date, please do try and get a sub as early as possible. So just leaves me to say thank you very much to officers for your support. Thank you very much to all of our public speakers who contributed to the debate, and thank you very much, members, for your time today. And we'll close the meeting there. Thank you. You can take us on.